Hello again, my lovelies, and welcome back to a cool 99 with the newest fanfiction. And this will be the 1,500 subscriber special. Well, more like nearly 1,700 now, and I cannot thank you enough. For this fanfiction, it will be like the very first video I ever played, or recorded at least, which will be at least 2 hours long, so get yourself ready. It will be a 10-chapter fanfiction of a series by FanGirl48, and is from the You Think Your In-Laws Are Bad series, being the first one, known as Izuku Midoriya Meet Kotaro Shimura. A little warning, the author chose not to apply any archive warnings, with the exception of graphic depictions of violence, so please take this at your own advice. I will not censor anything and use what is written. You have been warned. Now, thank you again for tuning in, and let's start with Izuku Midoriya Meet Kotaro Shimura, written by FanGirl48. Summary. Everyone can agree that Izuku is a magnet for trouble. Today, for example, he fell through one of Kurogiri's warp gates along with Tomura Shigaraki and found himself trapped with the villain at an isolated cabin deep in the woods. And if that weren't enough, Kotaro Shimura has come back to life and stuck as the two of them. And you can bet that instead of looking to reconcile with his son, Kotaro is hell-bent on killing him. The only thing standing between him and Tomura is Izuku. So what do you do when you're trapped in the woods and meeting your nemesis in-law? Go beyond, plus ultra. Chapter 1. Izuku leaned against the trunk of the tree, trying to stop himself from puking. Kurogiri's warp gates were something that he had only had the pleasure of experiencing twice. Neither was a particularly fun experience. This time, though, was definitely the worst of the two. And considering that one of his choices was from the USJ, when Izuku had been dropped into the artificial lake and left to the mercy of underwater villains with an axe to grind, that was saying something. It was probably also why Izuku didn't realize what was happening at first. This nausea he was feeling and the injuries he received, making sure citizens were away from the League's fight against another gang. Stepping out of the tree line and into the front yard of an enormous cabin, it took a moment for the fog to lift in Izuku's brain. But quickly he realized that a nude person was repeatedly striking another on the ground. Worthless brat! Izuku felt his anger start to rise as his fist clenched. Monster! Something about the man reminded Izuku of something. I should have killed you the moment you were born! Izuku's eyes connected with a scared pair of red ones as the curled-up figure on the ground turned over, trying to escape. Activating full cowling, without a second thought, Izuku leapt towards the stranger, knocking him out with a single strike. Standing there for a few moments, at the ready in case Mystery Man got back up, Izuku nearly jumped out of his skin when fingers wrapped around his ankle. Turning around, the hero froze at the sight of Tomura Shigaraki staring up at him. His face, dirty and bloody from the man's assault. The pair continued to stare at each other for a few moments before Izuku knelt down and extended his hand. Are you all right? Shigaraki gazed at Izuku for a moment with wide red eyes, before letting out a distressed sound and shaking his head. Izuku reached behind, causing Shigaraki to freeze up as he pulled the pouch on the back of his belt, unclipping the first aid pouch he and Recovery Girl had worked on Izuku, and pulled out some wipes. The hero started carefully, wiping some of the dirt and blood away from around Shigaraki's head wound and face. Shigaraki, Izuku said as the older male watched him, the entire scenario feeling familiar to Izuku. I know you're hurt, but we need to work together. I'm gonna go give the cabin a once over, okay? Can you stay here while I do that? Terror rose in Shigaraki's eyes. The villain moved quickly and grabbed Izuku's arm in a tight grip, one finger surprisingly tucked against his palm. Looking closer, Izuku realized that Shigaraki's pupils were blown. The head wound was still beating, although sluggishly. If Izuku's talks with Recovery Girl were anything to go on, then Izuku would need to watch the villains very closely. Shigaraki, I think you've hit your head. Izuku spoke calmly. I need to ask you some questions. Can you answer yes or no for me, even if you just nod? The decay user sat silent for a minute, his mind processing before he gave a small nod. Izuku smiled. Okay, that's great. First, do you know where we are? Shigaraki looked around, his eyes narrowing on the cabin that looked vaguely familiar to him before he shook his head no. Izuku cursed his luck. Or rather, Kaminari's. He had been the one to send the stun charge at one of the villains fighting the League, only for them to duck at the last minute, hitting Kurogiri instead. Now Izuku's only hope was that either the heroes found them or the warp gate user remembered where he sent the pair. If the latter happened, perhaps Izuku could foster enough goodwill with Shigaraki to get a ride home and hopefully not get kidnapped or killed. But first things first, tending to the injured. Do you remember how we got here? Shigaraki nodded. Did you hit your head when we landed? Izuku asked, met by another no. Glancing over his shoulder to the still unconscious man, Izuku looked back at Shigaraki. Do you know the man who attacked you? Shigaraki instantly tensed up his hands, releasing Izuku's arms to grab his head, letting out an anguished sound, nodding as he did. Izuku would never claim to like Shigaraki. The man had tried to kill his teachers, held him hostage, threatened to kill him on numerous occasions, and kidnapped Kacha, the only person in the world who possibly liked the decay user less than Izuku himself. Shigaraki was a monster, no doubt, but for him to be so frightened of someone sent liquid fire through Izuku's veins that the hero hadn't felt since. Oh. Izuku realized, looking down at Shigaraki, suddenly realizing why he was so angry. The decay villain looked eerily similar to Eri. An uncomfortable thought came to Izuku as he realized this. All Might had told him that All for One had taken in Shigaraki when he was very young. Had they never rescued Eri, could she have grown up to become just as unstable as Shigaraki? Look, Shigaraki, Izuku said, standing up and holding his hand out to help the villain. I don't know who that man is, but I promise I won't let him hurt you. Shigaraki unsteadily rose to his feet, looking at Izuku with wide eyes, his raspy voice answering a moment later. Her? Izuku held steady the villain as the K user stumbled a little. I'm sorry. Shigaraki stood up fully, answering again. Father! Izuku looked around for the hand, as much as the disembodied limp creeped him out. If it made the villain more cooperative, then Izuku would just have to deal with it. He might be in the bushes. After I take care of your injuries, I'll... No! The decay user growled, pointing to the unconscious man, his eyes narrowing slightly as he did. Father! Izuku whipped around and looked at the man a little more closely. There was a slight resemblance to Shigaraki, but a severed hand couldn't regrow the body it was attached to, right? Turning back to the villain to ask the villain what he meant, Izuku was met with the sound of Shigaraki throwing up before promptly passing out. Kotaro awoke to the open sky and a dull throbbing in his head. The last thing he remembered was finding Tenko and starting to punish him when something green came out of nowhere and hit him. Rubbing his jaw, the once deceased male sat up on the dirt, finding that while he was unconscious, someone had placed a blanket over him to cover him up. Looking around, his eyes narrowed at the sight of a teenager with green hair sitting barefoot on a chair, engrossed with something in his lap. Grabbing the blanket, Kotaro tied it around himself and stalked towards the boy, determined to find out where Tenko had run off. Clearing his throat, Izuku jumped at the sound. He nearly dropped the radio Hatsume had given him to field test before he left campus, looking up directly into narrowed dark eyes. Where is he? I'm sorry? Tenko! The man growled out the name like a curse. Where is he? Izuku tensed, standing there staring down at him like this. The man reminded the hero of Overhaul. I'm sorry, I don't know any Tenko. Tenko! Kotaro yelled, the image of his own son's face as he murdered him flashing in his mind. My son! The little bastard who killed my family and me! When I find him, I'm going to... Sir! Izuku interrupted loudly, cutting Kotaro off as he reached for his license and pulling it out. My name is Deku. I'm a hero. The Kotaro grabbed the item out of Izuku's hand, scrutinizing every word. There was an altercation with some villains, and we were transported here, Izuku explained, making sure he was ready at the moment notice for whatever may happen. If this man shared the same temperament as Shigaraki, Izuku needed to be prepared. Does this place look at all familiar to you? Kotaro ignored the question of throwing the license back at Izuku. This is a provisional license only. You're not a hero. Izuku took a deep breath to calm himself. As I said, there was a fight and we were transported here accidentally. I am working on increasing the range of my comms. However, that may take a while. In the meantime, may I ask your name? Shimura. Kotaro Shimura. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Shimura. Izuku smiled. I looked through the house earlier and found some clothes that might fit you. There's also a bathroom upstairs in case you want to freshen up. Walking over to the cabin doors and opening it, Izuku gave a mental sigh of relief that the door to the bedroom he had hidden Shigaraki in was still closed. As soon as the front door was closed, Izuku pointed to the second level, where the largest room was. I left the clothes on the bed, Izuku said, pointing upwards. You can take the upstairs, I'll stay down here in the meantime. Kotaro looked around the cabin, his eyes narrowing on the one closed door in particular. And you're sure you didn't see Tenko around here when we arrived? Standing up straight, Izuku gave the same innocent smile to the man he used to give his mother when she asked about the burns Kachan would give him. I can assure you, Mr. Shimura, I have never met anyone named Tenko. Chapter 2. An old woman with dark hair and glasses was looking down at him with a strained smile. Now, Tenko, what's with all this crying? Did you hurt yourself again? Tenko twitched in his sleep, long-forgotten memories starting to rise to the surface. Here you go, Tenko. Have a snack, a chubby man says, holding out a plate. The door to the bedroom creaked open as someone walked in. Let's keep it a secret from Dad. A girl, Hana, smiles, holding a picture out in her hand to him. A hand reaches out towards Tomura's head. Hey, Tenko. Do you still want to become a hero? Mom? Tomura gasped, eyes snapping open just in time to see a hand hovering over his face. Reacting on instinct, the decay user reached out and grabbed the limb, expecting to hear the sweet screams of pain. Only none came. Following the arm upwards, Tomura was surprised to see the UA brat, Izuku Midoriya, looking back at him nervously. The two stared at each other for a few tense moments before the UA brat, Izuku, cleared his throat. Could you please let go of my arm? Tomura just narrowed his eyes and squeezed it tighter. What are you doing here? Where am I? I'll answer if you let go. Izuku frowned. Tomura stared at the brat for a few more minutes, surprised by the display of backbone, especially considering their last meeting in Kiyashi Ward. Releasing his grip, Izuku took back his arm, rubbing the limb, which would undoubtedly be bruised later. Thank you. Now let's get you. A loud bang startled the pair. Tenko! I know you're in here! Answer me, you little monster! Tomura looked around for the voice's source, one from his deepest nightmares that scared him more than anything Sensei threw at him. Izuku watched Shigaraki grip the blankets tighter, fear making its way to his face. Stay here. Tomura wanted to say something, but was rendered mute by another roar from his father calling for him. Instead, he watched the hero brat walk over to a door, close it behind him, and listen very carefully. Unfortunately, Tomura was deaf to whatever was happening on the other side of the wall, could faintly make out the telltale sounds of some kind of fight happening, along with screams of his given name and the word killer before everything suddenly went eerily silent. Ignoring the pain in his side, Tomura slowly slid off the bed, planning to escape, making his way over to the window. Shimura was nearly at the ledge of the window when his legs gave out and the villain collapsed on the floor. Tomura, already spooked mind, felt the walls close in on him when the door creaked open again. Reaching to grab something off the nightstand to defend himself with, Tomura missed the lamp, grabbing onto the tray the hero had brought into the room instead. Something wet fell onto the villain's head and started dripping down his face. Looking at his hands, Tomura felt sick at the sight of blood on them. Screaming, the villain's hands reached towards his neck and he began to fervently scratching himself. Izuku, quickly realizing what was happening, grabbed the K user's hands to prevent Shigaraki from further mutilating himself. The pair struggled a little before Izuku threw his arms around Shigaraki's neck, ignoring the warm vegetable broth that was now soaking the both of them. The hero stayed like that, ignoring the pain in his back as Shigaraki scratched at it. Eventually, Izuku felt the other had calmed down enough and pulled back. Izuku was glad to see that there weren't too many new wounds on Shigaraki's neck for him to bandage. And meanwhile, Tomura stared at the hero with wide eyes that eventually narrowed. He pushed the boy away from him with an angry snarl. "Don't touch me!" Izuku rolled his eyes and nodded, offering his hand to the villain as he stood up. Tomura swatted it away and attempted to stand up himself. Unfortunately, his injuries were sustained from his father's assault, and the broth on the floor caused Tomura to slip. Before he could hit the floor again, though, Izuku caught the older male and moved so that one of Tomura's arms was over his shoulder as he helped the villain back towards the bed. Once Tomura was sitting down on the mattress, Izuku disappeared back into the bathroom and returned a second later with some towels, placing a few next to Shigaraki before silently cleaning up the mess. Tomura watched the boy for a few minutes before slowly reaching out for one of the fluffy towels, noting a bandage wrapped around his middle finger. That certainly would explain why his quirk didn't work before. "Hey," Tomura said, wincing slightly as he started using the towel on his hair. What happened?" Izuku paused in his task and looked back at the League of Villains leaguer. "Which part?" Tomura frowned and bit the inside of his cheek. Making the brat mad was usually fun, but he was the only thing standing between Tomura and his father. I guess the whole thing." Izuku nodded, taking a deep breath. I was out on patrol with Aizawa-sensei when we came across you and the rest of League, fighting some other group." Tomura remembered the group, a bunch of low-level NPCs who thought they were some hot upcoming villains. The meeting was honestly doomed from the start. As soon as the gang's leader opened her mouth, demanding that the League surrender, then one of the male members had tried to grab Himiko. He had a lecherous grin on his face, suggesting something about training to her. When Darby lost it and sent a wave of fire out. Things quickly worsened from there. Eraserhead sent out a call for backup and ordered that another student and I keep civilians away. Izuku continued. I'm not sure how we ended up fighting against them, but Charge Bolt tried to stun one, and it accidentally hit Kurogiri instead, as he was opening a portal. Charge Bolt. Tomura murmured, trying to put a face to the name when suddenly one popped into his head. He lifted his hands, giving Izuku a thumbs up. Yay, idiot! Izuku stared at the villain with a shocked expression before his hand covered his mouth. He nodded, trying to stop himself from laughing like Jiro did. Yeah, that's him. The portal got messed up and you tripped into it, avoiding an attack, and I fell in a few moments after. Tamura's eyes narrowed, remembering the ghoulish-looking woman attacking him. She was the enemy leader who went by the name Necromancer. Her quirk was unknown, but the rumor said she was able to raise the dead. After I came to, I found... Izuku paused, his eyes starting towards the large, massive wardrobe that he had pushed in front of the door to keep Kotaro Shimura out of the room. Tomura gripped the towel a little harder, feeling the itch in his neck starting to return. It's called Dead Rise. Izuku spoke, his eyes narrowing slightly. Your father explained it to me. If the woman you fought gets a hold of enough of someone's remains, she can temporarily bring them back. Tomura felt the itch grow. How does he know what her quirk is? Knowledge of the quirk seems to be automatically given to the person or animal it raises along with their memories, Izuku explained. Taking his eyes away from the wardrobe, Izuku's green eyes looked into Shigaraki's red ones. I don't like him, your father. That confession shocked Tomura. Whatever Kotaro had done to make him mad must have been severe. That makes two of us. Izuku gathered the towels and stood up. This room connects to the bathroom if you want to clean up. I'm gonna go heat up some more broth so that you can eat something. Your ribs weren't broken, but they might be bruised. If we want to get back home, you need to recover your strength first. What about... Izuku gave a small smile, placing the toast and glass of water he had brought on the table, next to the bed before pulling out 2 keys laced through a thin piece of string from his uniform. I have the only keys to these rooms. You're safe. Are you sure? Tomura asked, not sounding convinced. Why should a hero care if he was in danger? Especially this hero. Izuku hummed as he collected the tray. Eraserhead made sure to give me some restraints before he left on patrol. Currently, Mr. Shimura is getting a first-hand look at them, and one of my freshly cleaned socks. With that, the hero left the room, and the wide-eyed villain behind. Let me see him. Izuku turned the page of his book, barely skipping a beat in his reading. No. The hero wasn't sure how long Kurogiri had been putting this place together. Still, the bartending villain had certainly been taking his time to make sure everything that was needed was there. Izuku had found 2 freezers stuffed to the brim with frozen food and meals, along with cupboards similarly filled with non-perishables. There were 3 smaller rooms on the ground floor, one of which was currently occupied. Each was filled with numerous clothing and linen, well-connecting bathrooms, and stocked with every kind of toiletry and first aid item imaginable. The largest room upstairs was like a small apartment. It was where Kotaro had been sulking the last couple of days, following Izuku refusing to allow him anywhere near Shigaraki. Whatever Kurogiri was up to, he was making sure that whoever was here would be safe for a long time. Izuku was just glad that the warp gate user had enough time to fill multiple bookshelves with literature. which reminded him he needed to take the villain some more books. The ones he had brought the day before already finished. Having aboard Shigaraki was probably not a good idea. Izuku had tried to figure out where they were, finding a pair of binoculars and looking around the cabin's surrounding, to see if he could find a familiar landmark. Nothing did. Then he tried charging his phone battery that had died day one, but that failed. Plus, Izuku was pretty sure he needed a new phone now. Trying to extend his comms failed again, and Izuku prayed he could explain himself to Hatsume before she killed him for trying to tweak one of her babies. The only thing Izuku could do now was wait and help Shigaraki get better until either the other heroes or the League found them. I demand you let me see my son! Kotaro growled, standing at the edge of the couch, eyes narrowed and arms crossed. The hero sighed and closed the tome, looking straight into dark eyes. As I've told you before, Mr. Shimura, the person in that room is a highly dangerous villain. I think I can handle him, Kotaro interrupted, giving an unpleasant sneer. Izuku's eyes narrowed and he stood up, a full head shorter than the man in front of him. Let me be perfectly clear about this, Mr. Shimura. I do not trust you. Letting you into that room would no doubt lead to a fight. Kotaro's hands tightened into fists, wanting nothing more than to lash out, and hit the teenager. He killed me! And I am trying to make sure that doesn't happen again, Izuku answered, only half telling the truth. Chapter 3. Kotaro watched the hero dusting from the floor above, with narrowed eyes. All day, the boy had been moving around the main floor of the cabin, cleaning. When Kotaro saw him earlier taking a basket outside, he knew now was the time to strike. The timing had to be perfect if he wanted to get a chance and making it to Tenko. Things would have been so much easier if Dead Rice returned Kotaro's quirk. Sadly, it seemed that it was one of the few drawbacks the quirk had when used on humans. Hands tightening, Kotaro took a step backwards and listened for the sound of the back door closing sound, signaling that the coast was clear. Silently making his way to the stairs, the resurrected man made a beeline for the door next to Deku's makeshift couch. Gathering his strength, Kotaro put his full weight into opening the door. The plan was to take his treacherous son by surprise and barricade them both in the room, just long enough in the room that Deku couldn't stop Kotaro from getting his revenge. But his plans for revenge were stopped short by a single lock. Making a frustrated noise, Kotaro jiggled the handle a few more times before turning his attention to the makeshift bed, throwing the blankets and pillows off of it in a vain attempt and locating a key. He didn't even hear the back door open again. What are you doing? Kotaro froze and turned around, seeing Deku holding the laundry basket and staring at him with wide eyes. Knowing he had been caught, Kotaro threw the pillow down. Nothing! Izuku raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Really? Both stared at each other before Izuku shrugged and turned around, walking to the kitchen table and placing the basket down on one of its chairs. Ignoring Kotaro completely, the hero said moved towards the sink, filling a kettle with water before placing it on the stove top, next to a simmering donabe. With the kettle heating up, Izuku started opening up cupboards and pulling things out. Curious about what the hero was up to, Kotaro stood at the kitchen entrance and watched closely. I'm making some tea. Do you want some? Izuku asked, looking over his shoulder. Kurogiri made sure we have a lot of different brands. I bet even Principal Netsu would be jealous if he saw this. Not knowing who this Kurogiri or Netsu were, Kotaro sat at the table. Perhaps he could use the boy's nervousness to his advantage. Learning more about the people in Tenko's current life might just hold the key to getting his revenge. I'll have whatever you're making. Sure, Izuku replied, turning around and giving Kotaro a broad smile. I'm starting dinner too. I hope you like tofu pizza. Tofu pizza. Kotaro looked at the hero like he was insane. Well, Izuku pulled something out of the sparsely filled fridge. A pang of sorrow suddenly hit Kotaro. He had never paid attention to Nao when she was cooking. He was just grateful for the food. However, watching the hero now as he prepared the meal and started steeping the tea made Kotaro long for his family. If Tenko had never been born, Kotaro would still have them now. Hands clenching angrily, the man barely registered the teacup being placed in front of him. On the worried look on Izuku's face. Turning back around to the stovetop and grabbing a frying pan, Izuku let his own mind wander. Usually he would just leave a plate or whatever he cooked in the fridge for Kotaro to eat before going to bed. The hero would lay awake, holding his breath and listening to the sounds of footsteps creeping down the stairs, making their way towards the kitchen. Izuku wasn't as reckless as most people thought he was. The hero in training knew precisely what sort of danger he was putting himself between. Thankfully, Kotaro Shimura was more reclusive than his son, preferring to sulk upstairs. The first couple of times Izuku tried to talk with Kotaro were met with open hostility. Eventually he gave up trying after the man threw a rather large book at his head, screaming for him to leave him alone. Long dormant embers of Izuku's pre-UA anxiety reignited thanks to this. As a result, the hero had barely slept these last few days, worried that the man would snap and try to take out the only obstacle in his path. Even Shigaraki, the person Izuku thought would be his biggest problem, started to comment on the dark circles under the hero's eyes. Izuku had tried to play it off as nothing serious, like he did when Eri asked him the same questions, but the villain saw straight through him, commenting that lying wasn't very heroic. Shigaraki seemed willing to so operate with Izuku for the moment, but what would happen if he started sensing weakness? Would the villain go after it like a shark reacting to blood in the water? And what would this mean to later when he tried to leave the cabin? Or worse yet, if anybody found them? If the heroes discovered the cabin first, Izuku had no doubt that someone would end up dead. Decay was powerful, and from what Izuku had seen, even more dangerous the angrier Shigaraki got. There was a good chance that even if Aizawa-sensei was sent with a rescue team, at least one person would die. Most likely Shigaraki himself, preferring death to being captured. The League finding them also didn't sound like a good idea. At first, Izuku had thought that fostering some goodwill with Shigaraki might help him not get kidnapped or killed. until he remembered about the League's other members, particularly the masked Mr. Compress, who Izuku helped flatten into the ground trying to rescue Kachan, and Tokuyami, and Himiko Toga, who seemed to have developed a fixation on him and Uraraka. Flipping the tofu over, Izuku tried not to dwell on the mild concern he also had about Dabi and Kurogiri. From what little he had seen of them, there was a fair chance that they would ask questions before they used their quirks. Didn't mean they still wouldn't attack first if they thought one of their own was in danger. Once the food was done, Izuku placed the frying pan into the oven and went to check on the rice porridge. Satisfied with the food, the hero turned around and made his way back over to the laundry, pulling one of the freshly cleaned towels out and starting to fold it. Now having snapped out of his dark thoughts, Kotaro observed the hero closely as he folded the towels perfectly. It was so different from when No. Kotaro thought, shaking his head, memories of a dark-haired heroine smiling down at him sadly flashing through his mind. Don't think about her. Thinking about her means you still care about the woman who abandoned you. A warm hand reached out and placed itself on Kotaro's head, causing him to jump in surprise. Izuku also jumped and yanked his hand away like it weren't equally startled. Sorry. Kotaro's eyes narrowed. Don't touch me. Izuku nodded and stammered out another apology. Thankfully, the timer went off, saving him from any further awkwardness. Opening the oven door, the hero felt his stomach growl at the delicious smell of the food. Placing the two pieces on the plate, Izuku put them in front of Kotaro and some Western cutlery before going back to finish the laundry. You're not eating? The dark-haired male asked. Izuku shook his head and smiled. I'll eat later. Kotaro watched with narrow eyes for a moment before the delicious aroma got to him, and he picked up the knife and fork. The food might have looked strange, but as soon as it hit Kotaro's tongue, he eagerly devoured the rest. Once the meal was done, he stood up and placed his dishes in the sink before returning to his drink. This Kurogiri person, Kotaro began, taking a small sip of tea. Who is he, and what is he to Tenko? Izuku's hand stopped moving mid-fold, straightening up. He turned and looked at Kotaro with a stony expression. As I've told you, Mr. Shimura, no one named Tenko is here! Kotaro finished, waving his hand dismissively. Yes, you've said that many times. We both know that's a lie, though. Even if you don't know him as Tenko, that villain you have locked up is most certainly my son. Izuku visibly bristled. One that you attacked. Well, he did kill me. Kotaro spoke, trying to provoke the hero. I think a beating is the least he deserves. Izuku felt physically sick from the words. How could someone be so flippant about hurting someone? Their own child, no less. The hero hadn't felt like this since his fight with Overhaul. You're lucky it was me here and not Kurogiri. Izuku spoke, recalling the savage nature of the warping bartender that showed itself during the USJ. So he cares about Tenko. Interesting. Kotaro smirked. I wonder what would happen if Tenko lost him. Izuku snapped, slamming both hands onto the table, glaring down at Kotaro. Do you not understand what is happening here? Kotaro leaned back in his chair, smirk widening as he did. Oh, I perfectly understand. I have been granted life because my murderous spawn managed to piss off someone. Now I get my revenge before reverting back into whatever remains I was grown from. Izuku looked like he was going to say something, but Kotaro held his hands up, stopping the hero before he could. I also know you'll protect me, won't you, hero? Compared to the villain you're protecting, I'm just a harmless, helpless civilian. Recoiling from the words, Izuku stared at the man, a strange feeling starting to throb in his heart. Just what do you think a hero is? All emotions faded from Kotaro's face as he looked Izuku dead in the eye with a blank expression. Heroes are selfish people who abandon their own families to help complete strangers. Izuku felt like someone had dumped him in cold water at the words. You don't know the first thing about being heroes. Really? Kotaro said, standing up, staring down at Izuku with cold eyes. What about your family? If it came down to it, what would you choose, being a hero or being a son? Shut up! Izuku yelled, one for all activating slightly as sparks danced across his body. Suddenly his mother's face flashed in front of his eyes as she smiled at him. I promise from now on, I'll support you with everything I've got. Stomping over to his uniform, Izuku pulled out his provisional license and carefully pulled the important paper out, revealing one of two pictures beneath it. Turning back, he walked back to Kotaro and shoved it into the man's face. It was the last picture Izuku and his mother had taken together before he moved into the dormitory. Aunt Mitsuki had come over to get away from Kachan and dragged the two Midoriyas out for ice cream, snapping a photo of them when they weren't looking. This is my mother. I love her more than anyone else in this world. She might not always understand why I want to be a hero so much. But as long as she keeps smiling, I can keep going. Kotaro looked at the woman in the picture with wide eyes. It could just be a coincidence, but with that hairstyle, she looked so much like... Pushing the hero away, Kotaro made his way quickly out of the cabin, slamming the door behind him before Izuku could process what had happened. Walking on one of the trails, Kotaro tried to gather his thoughts. Why? Why was he letting himself get distracted? The only thing Kotaro should be focused on right now is getting to Tenko and giving him what he deserved. But for that to happen, he needed to first get around the hero. Stopping and turning around, Kotaro stared at the cabin, eyes falling on a specific window as an idea struck him. It was so simple. He was surprised he hadn't thought of it sooner. Perhaps the best way to get to Tenko wasn't going through the hero. It was going around him. No doubt Deku would follow his usual routine of delivering food and books to the confined murderer before cleaning up. All Kotaro needed to do was find something heavy enough to break the glass, and one other thing that could be found in every kitchen. A knife. Chapter 4. Tomura looked at his visitor from over his cards. He knew the brat was avoiding father. The yelling match the pair hadn't exactly been quiet, but it wasn't as though Tomura cared that they were fighting, mind you. He was just curious. Reaching out to pick one of the cards out from the hero's hand, Tomura turned it around and made a displeased noise when finding the smiling Joker stared back at him. You're cheating! The Decay user spoke, red eyes narrowing as he shuffled his cards around. You have to be! There's no way you're this good! Izuku snorted, reaching out and taking a card, matching it with the one in his hand. You should try playing poker with Todoroki. Talk about a perfect poker face. Oh! Tomura grinned, leaning forward and taking another card. You do a lot of gambling in your fancy new dorms? Go fish gets boring after a while, and it's not like we're betting money. Izuku blushed. Slightly. Chores, on the other hand. Tomura nodded sagely. Try playing blackjack with Dabi or Mister sometimes 4. A blunt bang interrupted the pair, startling them both. Falling back onto his training, Izuku got up and started investigating the room and washing room. When he didn't find anything, he shrugged it off as something in the woods, and was about to return to the card game when the noise came again. Looking at Shigaraki, the villain shook his head before the noise came a third time, and both eyes turned towards the only other entry point from the room, the window. Walking over to it, Izuku saw the blurred face of Kotaro Shimura just on the other side of the closed curtains. Turning towards the recovering Shigaraki, the curly-haired boy gestured to the bathroom. Quick! Hide in the bathroom! Red eyes narrowed at the hero's words. Obviously, the brat forgot who he was talking to. He was Tomura Shigaraki, the rightful heir to the greatest villain of all time. All for one, leader of the League of Villains, future killer of All Might. Tomura Shigaraki ran from no one, especially not some long-forgotten dead man. No! Getting off the bed, Tomura made his way over to the window and opened the curtains with a flourish, looking father right in the eye for the first time since he was a child. Kotaro Shimura took one look at his son and hit the window again, his angry words muffled. What? Tomura said, trying to squash the fear creeping into him, turning to look at the hero as Izuku came to stand next to him. What's he saying? I don't know, Izuku replied, activating not even 1% of his quirk, tapping onto the glass. When it didn't break, Izuku looked closer at it and realized why. Huh. Is that a good huh or a bad huh? On the other side of the glass, Kotaro was slowly turning an ugly shade of red as he was ignored, beating the rock over and over against the glass, not even making a crack in it. This glass looks to be thicker than normal, Izuku explained, tapping on the window repeatedly. I think if you want to talk to him, you're actually going to have to open the window. Tomura looked back at father and lifted his hand to undo the window when he paused mid-motion, knowing father was alive and in the cabin hadn't seemed real before. Even with him on the other side of the glass, it still felt like a bad dream. Shigaraki? Tomura turned to look directly at Izuku. You said you don't like my father. Why? The hero looked surprised for a moment, glancing at Kotaro Shimura before back at Shigaraki. He reminds me of someone. Who? Overhaul. Ah. Tomura thinks about the brat's words, letting them sink in as he looked at father again, understanding what the hero meant. On the surface, both Kotaro Shimura and Overhaul appeared to be very different people. Still, if you dig more in depth, you could see similarities. Both men had an obsession with keeping their appearance and surroundings meticulously neat. Both were openly disdainful when it came to the specific topics, but perhaps the most damning similarity was their willingness willingness to lash out violently against people who challenged them. Tomura didn't have to be a genius to see the way someone, the low-level Yakuza, had flinched when Overhaul's name came up. He wondered if his mother and grandparents had the same looks when he was little. Father got mad. Hana had definitely been terrified of Father. Shaking his head, Tomura steeled himself. He had beaten Overhaul and crippled the man permanently. If need be, he will do the same to No. Kotaro Shimura, all over again. Unlatching the window, Tomura opened it. Tenko! Kotaro hissed, dropping the rock and looking at his son directly for the first time since he had been revived. It was disgusting how the child he and Nao had created had let himself go over time. It's about time! Izuku stood silently next to the villain, observing the interaction, ready to activate, full howling at a moment's notice. What do you want? Kotaro growled, hands coming to rest on the window ledge as he leaned forward. You know exactly what I want. Tomura stood there for a few minutes, trying to process this. There was only one logical thing a man like Kotaro Shimura would want from him. You want me dead? Exactly. Kotaro nodded, a cruel smile coming to his face, holding the hand that was usually attached to his son's face out. Now you can either come willingly and accept your punishment or... No. What? Kotaro repeated, eyes narrowing. Tomura swallowed, heart pounding as he stood his ground. Why was this so different than with Overhaul? I said no! Kotaro slammed his hand loudly onto the window ledge, causing Tomura to flinch. The man looked like he was trying to restrain himself from attacking his son. Now listen to me! Izuku watched the villain closely. Shigaraki? No! Tomura shouted, taking a step forward towards the window. You! Listen to me! I'm not Tenko Shimura anymore! I'm not that child you would beat or lock outside all night! I am Tomura Shigaraki, leader of the League of Villains! Izuku's eyes widened at the confession of abuse, turning his head to glare at the man. The hero saw a glint of something metal come out from behind Kotaro's back before his instinct took over. Look out! Tomura felt strong hands push him away, and he fell to the floor with a loud thud, snarling at the sudden attack. He turned back towards the hero, ready to yell at him when he saw something sticking out of his shoulder. He had been lost in the finally standing up to his father. So lost that he hadn't even seen the knife, but the Midoriya had. There might not be much of a height difference between the pair. Still, Tomura knew that if Midoriya hadn't intervened, the knife would have hit someplace fatal. Izuku stood there, breathing heavily, trying to remain calm. Lifting his hand, the hero calmly pulled out the blade, his head snapping to stare at Kotaro Shimura. Calmly walking towards the window, Izuku activated a small percentage of his quirk and thrust the knife into the wood, right next to Kotaro's hand. The dark-haired man tried to move away from the window, but Izuku grabbed his shirt, activating All for One again to hold him firmly in place. How old was he when you died? Izuku asked, trying to remain calm despite the blood freely flowing from the wound. Two sets of eyes widened at the question. I don't understand. Kotaro replied nervously. If you mean Tenko... Tomura, Izuku interrupted. His name is Tomura. Kotaro gulped, all his anger and murderous intent quickly being replaced by overwhelming fear. He was 5, Tomura answered softly, standing back up. For some strange reason, seeing the hero hold Kotaro like that, behaving so calmly as he asked his question even when he was injured, it reminded the villain of Sensei. Izuku looked over at the decay user, his face understanding. I'm guessing that was the first time decay manifested itself. Tomura nodded. Izuku turned his attention back to Kotaro. Were you aware, Mr. Shimura, that out of 100 cases involving quirk manifestation, 93% of children end up causing some type of injury or death? Neither man said anything, too surprised by the number to utter a word, so Izuku continued his fist tightening as he did. When you break that down even further, only 17% of them needed to visit a doctor. However, 53% did. Most often, they caused themselves, family member, or another child permanent injury or scarring. As Izuku spoke, a group of people arrived in the cabin's front lawn, hearing sound and moving to investigate the commotion. But the saddest thing about that 23% of children end up killing someone accidentally. These children don't mean to or even understand what is happening. Izuku pulled Kotaro down slightly, so they were now staring at each other directly. Do you understand what I am saying, Mr. Shimura? Nearly 1 out of every 4 children has to live with something they couldn't control. Kotaro's eyes narrowed as he flicked to Tenko, remembering that smile on his face as the small body leapt onto his chest. He remembered the smell of bloody hands, his family's blood, as his face was covered and he felt himself slowly die. He knew exactly what he was doing to me. I reached out! Tomura yelled, finger lifting towards his scar, pointing an egg. I needed help, and you hit me! Izuku stared, getting a full understanding of what had happened that night. He had once had a similar conversation with Eri about when her father was rewound. Decay was just as powerful as rewind, and Shigaraki probably didn't understand what was happening around him when it manifested, just like Eri hadn't. Perhaps a young Shigaraki had grabbed onto a family member out of fear, and the quirk spreading through everyone before he could stop it. Perhaps he touched the ground, unaware of the destruction he was causing. In the end, though, the boy was left alone, reaching for help, and was instead met by violence. Aizawa-sensei had gone through cases with 1A about kids using their quirks for the first time. Sometimes not understanding what was happening caused children to dissociate from reality. If Kotaro struck Shigaraki, well, he had in this state, then Izuku could safely conclude that a flight or fight instinct took hold. Tenko Shimura probably saw his abusive father as a threat and lashed out. What happened to you and your family was tragic, Mr. Shimura. Izuku spoke softly, looking back at the Shigaraki. But it's not his fault. Tomura's eyes widened at Midoriya's words. For so long there had been this hole in Tomura's heart. Every time he thought about his family, that their deaths were his fault because he was born evil. Even Sensei had said that Tomura's quirk was perfect for a villain. But finally, after all this time, After all the deaths Tomura had caused, finally someone was saying that this one, the one that started it all, it wasn't his fault. Bloodlust finally getting to Izuku. The hero's grip loosened just enough for Kotaro to pull away, knowing he was outmatched for the moment. Kotaro turned and ran, not making it too far before he ran into something orange, and everything to turn blue. Izuku staggered slightly, looking at his shoulder wound. Upon closer inspection, it was worse than he initially thought. Are you? Tomura began cautiously, putting one finger on the hero's shoulder, only to have Izuku crumple to the floor as soon as he did. Oh fuck! Izuku chuckled up at the villain. I think removing the knife was a bad idea. Yeah, no shit! Tomura said, grabbing the closest thing he could and pressing it onto the wound. The decay user was happy that he had decided to keep replacing the band-aids on his fingers. Otherwise, this would have become a bigger mess. Come on, don't die on me! I want to hear more quirk statistics from you, and our game isn't over yet! Izuku chuckled. Nobody ever wanted to hear about his statistics. As fun as that all sounds, a calm voice came from the window. I think I want to know more about why you're checking up with a hero bust. Turning to the window, Tomura's eyes widened at the sight of nearly the entire league standing there, looking at him with various amused and concerned expressions. Tomura Shigaraki. Turagi's deep voice came from behind him. What are your orders? Tomura looked at the hero, who had a pained look on his face, then at his friends. Family? Subordinates? Fix the hero up first, then I'll figure out what to do with him. Izuku barely heard the words, or felt someone with warm, rough hands pick him up off the floor, and the high-pitched sound of giggling following them as he passed out. The one-for-all users only fought before falling entirely unconscious was if Aizawa-sensei or Recovery Girl would be mad at him for getting hurt again. Chapter 5. Toshinori walked deeper down the sterile white halls that into the very lowest level of Tartarus, past Musculars and his savage grin, Overhaul's cold, clinical gaze, and Stain's judgmental eyes. With no new leads and Izuku still missing, things had finally reached the point where someone suggested they try asking All for One for help. At first, Toshinori refused to even entertain the mere thought of meeting with the monster. But Inka's crying face had been what finally pushed the former number one to coming into the prison. When he had gotten the phone call from Aizawa telling him that Izuku had fallen through a portal with Tomura Shigaraki, Toshinori honestly thought he felt as though the cold fingers of death itself had gripped his heart. Even if he was Nana's grandson, Shigaraki was also the League of Villains leader and had proven himself dangerous multiple times. Even more so when it came to Izuku. Then the videos started pouring in. Numerous civilians had their cameras poised, giving the heroes a clear picture of the battle between the League and other gang from numerous angles. Izuku had been doing an excellent job keeping away from the villains, picking up civilians one or two at a time and moving them away from danger. Young Kaminari acting as backup for his classmate, sending out bolts of electricity whenever a villain got too close to someone. Things had had been going so well until a bolt sent at one of the attacking villains ducked instead and hit Kurogiri. Judging from what Netsu had said, the shot should have just missed the warp gate user. However, the metal brace he wore attracted the electricity towards him instead. The already opened warp gate visually shuddered for a moment just before Shigaraki and Izuku fell inside before closing. The top hat-wearing villain Mr. Compressed then grabbed Kurogiri, ordering a retreat. Dabi turned and sent out a massive wall of fire as cover. When it was finally put out, the league was gone, leaving only a couple of burning corpses behind, the people they had been fighting. Toshinori nodded at the guards who stood on either side of the room, taking a deep breath as he walked inside. All might. All for one grinned, his head lifting up to look at the former hero. Or is it Toshinori Yagi now? Toshinori grit his teeth, not falling for the obvious bait. All for one. I must say, I'm surprised it took you this long to come visit me. The scarred man spoke with a tone of disappointment. So you know why I'm here, Toshinori said, sitting in the seat across from the ancient villain. Good, he wouldn't have to explain anything to the villain. Ragdoll's surge was so much more powerful than I think she even realized. All for one hummed, a stab of guilt hitting Toshinori as he said this. Yet even I cannot track someone when they go through one of Kurogiri's gates, at least not until they exit out of it. So you know where they are, the retired hero accused, fists clenching at what his successor might be going through right now, alone with the villain. What happened to Izuku? Where is he? The blind man chastised. Quid pro quo. I want to know the quirks of the group Tomura was fighting. That was not what Toshinori had been expecting. He had been fully prepared for All for One to play some cat-and-mouse game with him, laughing at his pain and frustration. Opening the bag, he had brought the retired hero. The retired hero pulled out the rap sheets of all the identified villains that had battled the League. A haggard-looking Tsukauchi, preparing this ahead of time, thrusting it onto the former symbols of Peace's hands. The detective mumbled something about just in case before he returned to his phone, where tips kept flooding in. Pulling out the first file, Toshinori started naming the quirks. Once the whole group was done, he looked up and was surprised to find All for One no longer smiling. Your successor, the man began, face unreadable. Izuku Midoriya. He's very kind, isn't he? He must get that from his mother. Don't you dare say his name! All Might almost roared, standing. You don't have the right to say it. You're correct about that. More than you know. All for One thought privately to himself. However, I say that not as a scornful remark, but as an honest opinion. You don't know the first thing about honesty. I know more than you think, All for One growled. 2 people fell into Kurogiri's gate, but 3 came out. Why is that, I wonder? Toshinori bit his lips. 3 people couldn't exit the warp gate, but no one in the League had followed behind the pair, and for all accounts, Kurogiri had been dazed. Because that woman's quirk, Dead Rise, it hit the remains of Kotaro Shimura. All for One growled. Your successor has been doing a fine job keeping my students safe for the past few days. Nana's son grew into a bitter, angry man. The restrained man snapped. And why? Because it is easier for one stupid woman to believe I killed her husband than look at the truth that was staring her right in the face. Don't you dare talk about her that way, Toshinori said, slamming his fist onto the glass, blue eyes glowing with unbridled rage. I've seen the crime scene pictures. You taunted her. A ding came overhead, reminding both men of their audience. All might, this is your first and only warning. Please do not force us to end this meeting early. Fist still clenched, Toshinori stepped away from the glass, sitting back down in the chair. Anybody who knew the whole story could see that the start who had murdered Nana's husband, the man had been stabbed 5 times in the chest and left alone to bleed out. However, before the attacker had left, they had taken some of the blood and written, "Give me what I'm owed," on the wall. All for One had killed Nana's husband in an attempt to get one for all from her. Let me tell you something about Nana Shimura's saintly husband. All for One growled. He cared for his wife and son, but gambling was his true love. What? Oh, you hadn't heard? All for One grinned viciously. Not surprising. I only know because it was an old business associate of mine who placed his bets with. Dear Nana's husband was in deep with a once prominent gang. Toshinori shook his head in disbelief. You're lying. Ask Grunterino if you don't believe me. All for One spat the old man's name like a curse. He had quite a few cases go cold. Seems stealing information from your hero wife and selling it to the highest bidder was a great way to square your debt. At least until you get too greedy, that is. But I might be a monster, the villain said, leaning forward as much as he could. But even I would never stoop so low as to kill a man. Well, while his child slumbers in the next room. Blue eyes narrowed. I'm sure Tenko Shimura would agree. Something to say, All Might? The blind man provoked. You raised an innocent child to be a weapon. Toshinori condemned, recalling the meager possessions of Tomura Shigaraki they had pulled from the bar. Aside from a few gaming devices, the young man owned very little in this world. If you really didn't have anything to do with the death of Nana's husband, you should have put the boy into a safe home and washed your hands off him. What makes you think I didn't? That took Toshinori by surprise, rendering him speechless. I had a plan. All for One spoke. After the trauma Tomura went through, he needed time to readjust. Would you even believe me if I told you that he wandered around for days begging for help? It was just sheer coincidence that I saw him. That day, back when All for One was still whole, he had been meeting with a former political ally when he saw a child being pushed away by a young family. Something about the way the wife had screamed when hands reached out for help had rubbed him the wrong way. So he had followed after the child. The boy wandered for hours, reaching out for help only to be rebuked every single time. Finally, he had staggered under a bridge where a crudely made shelter had been made and wandered inside. All for One could still hear the screams of the man who hit and cursed the child for invading his home. All for One stepped in then, killing the man without a moment's hesitation and offering Tomura his hand. The boy had started crying and tried to stand up, but his little legs just couldn't anymore. All for One went to go and pick him up, but the boy flinched, curling into himself, not wanting to hurt his savior. It took some time to figure out, but as soon as All for One knew that Tomura needed all 5 fingers to activate his quirk, he had shuffled his coat off and wrapped it around the child, picking him up. All for One's plan was simple: to take Tomura in, help him get control of his quirk, and introduce him to his wife and son when the time came. Only a treacherous underling had gotten to the boy first. If that had never happened, All Might would have never gotten his chance to. Izuku pushed Tomura away, the blade of the now identified Kotaro Shimura burying itself in his shoulder. All for One gasped, pushing Surge to its limits a moment later and watching the young hero very closely as he pulled the knife out of him, ignoring All Might's demands to know what was happening. The villain watched in slight awe as the boy activated One for All and thrust the blade into the window frame. Toshinori beat on the glass furiously. He knew this might end the visit, but All for One was seeing something the hero was sure of it. "Hey!" Toshinori yelled, trying to get the man's attention. "What are you seeing? Is Izuku okay?" The guards entered a moment and made their way towards the former hero, one taking his shoulder. "Please, sir, I have to ask that you come with me." Toshinori whipped around and gave the man a pleading look. "Just a moment! Please, He's all right." All for One answered, chuckling lowly to himself as Spinner picked up the bleeding hero. "I dare say that Izuku is safer now than he has been this entire time." "What does that even mean?" Toshinori called as the guards escorted him out of the room. "All for One!" "If things change, I'll tell the guards to contact you." Toshinori walked into the dormitory with a heavy heart. He had gone looking for answers and only ended up with more questions. And then the traveler drew his sword, yelling at the prince, "It's your power, not his!" Eyes looking around, Toshinori was surprised to see Shinzo sitting on the couch with a book in his hands. Eri right next to him, a large pile of stuffed animals opposite her, listening with childish wonder to the story. When the new semester started, Shinzo had been transferred into class 1B. So why was he in the 1A dormitory? Before he could go over and ask, a hand came down on Toshinori's shoulder, startling him. Hands flying to cover his mouth, the blonde saw Aizawa standing behind him, looking worse than Tsukauchi had, just gesturing him to follow. Nodding, the pair made their way to the kitchen, where present Mike was standing in front of a freshly brewed pot of coffee. "I'll grab another mug," the radio host said, giving a tired smile. Once everyone was settled with a cup of coffee, Aizawa got straight to the heart of the matter. "Is he alive?" Toshinori held his mug, staring at his reflection in the brown liquid. "Yes." "Oh, thank the gods!" Itachi breathed, taking his glasses off and rubbing his face. Tell me everything, Aizawa ordered. So Toshinori did everything that All for One had told him. Minus the stuff about Nana. He told the other two heroes. Sounds like Midoriya has his hands full, Aizawa commented, adding more coffee to his mug. Before Toshinori could answer, the sound of something breaking interrupted the three, turning towards the entrance, where he saw Kaminari standing there, the shattered remains of what once looked like a glass broken on the floor. He's alive? Kaminari gasped. Kaminari? Shinzo's voice came. I didn't kill him! The electrification user asked, hands coming up to rub new tears away from his already red-rimmed eyes. He's alive! Midoriya's alive! Aizawa looked at his protégé. Can you take him and Eri to his room? I'll be along soon. So tell you what I found out. Shinzo nodded, putting one arm around the blonde's shoulder awkwardly. Come on, Sparky. Let's get Eri's animals and head upstairs. Shinzo, I didn't kill him. Never said you did. As the students left, Toshinori frowned and looked at the homeroom teacher for answers. He knew that Kaminari felt a great deal of guilt for what had happened. The comments on those videos were not being kind to the electricity user. But this felt like something else. 1A and B had a sparring session today, Aizawa answered, reading the retired number 1 hero's mind. Kaminari was paired with Monoma. It didn't take a great deal of imagination to see where Dad had led. Aizawa grabbed a broom and made his way over to the broken glass, starting to clean it up. As soon as the old lady's done healing him... What? Healing him? Hisashi leaned over. Neither class was too happy with what the kid said, especially Bakugo and Tetsu. Vlad is going to have a serious talk with him. The Eraser hero finished up. Eri was here already when I brought him back to the dorm. She grabbed all her stuffed animals, covering Kaminari head to toe when she found out what Monoma had said. Told us that until Deku comes back, she's going to do her best to be Kaminari's hero. And young Shinzo? Toshinori asked, knowing that the brainwasher had been just as driven as the other to find their missing classmate. Aizawa rolled his eyes, slightly, not blind to the similarities the two students shared with him and Mike. Offered to stay behind. Well, everyone else went on patrol to look for Midoriya. Except Todoroki. He's still thawing out the gym. Mike grinned. I see. The former hero said, finishing off the last of his coffee. Thank you for telling me. I should go make my report to Nezu. Aizawa held one hand, stopping the man. Just one thing. You said All for One mentioned Midoriya got his kindness from his mother. How does he know that? Both blondes gasped, and Toshinori felt a cold hand grip his heart. How did All for One know? Chapter 6. Dabi closed the door, ignoring the booing sounds from Himiko and Twice on the other side. Kurogiri hadn't even been done telling them where the first aid kit with what they needed was before the schoolgirl was racing off. Even though he might not always act like the brightest bulb, Dobby still knew better than to let Himiko in the room with her newest crush, especially when the kid was still bleeding. Boss had ordered the hero fixed, not dead, at least yet. Looks like the bleeding has slowed down, Spinner said, pulling the towel away from the wound and examining it. Hand me the alcohol. Dobby snorted. I don't think this is the best time to get drunk. You know what I mean, Spinner replied, sending the cremation user a dry look. Ass. Yeah, Dobby said, handing over the bottle of clear liquid, as the gecko quirk user poured a liberal amount on the unconscious hero's wound. Dobby started threading the needle. Once everything was ready, he handed it over and watched closely as Spinner started stitching up the opening closed. It wouldn't be the prettiest patch job, but it would get the job done. Who knew? You being such a fanboy could come in handy. Dobby teased, referring to Spinner's homemade stain outfit. Or that you could so delicately with those huge hands of yours. Spinner looked up from the wound with narrow eyes. People whose idea of first aid means a staple gun and a bottle of Jack have no room to talk. Touché, Dobby said, reaching out and touching one of the boy's hands. Finding it colder than it should be, he frowned. Looking up at the kid's face, Dobby saw that, well, it was still extremely pale, his lips starting to turn a bluish shade. Shit! What? Spinner said, passing the needle through the flesh of the hero. Stain acknowledged again. How close are you to being done? Dobby asked seriously. Just a couple more, why? Dobby looked at the kid, at Spinner, and then finally back at the kid again. He had been involved with enough stabbings to know what might was coming. Shrugging off his jacket, Dobby got up and pushed the swordsman to the side slightly. Hey! Spinner cried, trying to keep the threat from pulling as too much as Dobby pushed the kid up and settled behind him. What are you doing? Relax, wizard. It's not like that. Dobby rolled his eyes, gesturing to the discolored lips as the hero's head rested against his shoulder. Kid lost a lot of blood. If we don't keep him warm, he might go into shock. Oh. A few moments passed by as Dobby readjusted the kid a little to make it easier for Spinner to continue. When they finally found something that worked, thank goodness the kid was unconscious, or this would have been awkward to explain why Spinner was half hovering over him. With one last tug, Spinner held out his claw and cut the thread, pulling back, examining his work, eyes widening when a pair of glossy green eyes stared back. Dobby? Spinner said, backing away slightly, hands raised. Kid's awake! Dobby tried to pull away, but a hand reached out and grabbed it. Don't go. Even though it was half mumbled, Dobby had a good idea what the kid was saying. Sorry, kid, but I gotta go tell the boss that you're not dying anymore. So you gotta let me go. Boy shook his head. Warm. Spinner rubbed the back of his head. You want me to tell Shigaraki and the others before you? Shiki? The kid mumbled again, lifting his head, focused eyes seemingly searching for the decay user. Safe? The two villains shared a look with each other. Yeah, brat, he's safe, Dobby answered, glancing at Spinner and lowering his voice. Go grab the blankets, would you? Can't have him freezing well.
We join up with the others. Spinner nodded and walked over to one of the dressers and started searching through drawers. Meanwhile, the hero somehow moved, and finding Dobby's left arm in a vice grip, dopey look on his face as he looked at the villain. Told you. Dobby lifted an eyebrow. Oh yeah? And what exactly did you tell me? No, Kirk. The kid smiled, hugging the arm a little tighter. Not his. Campfire. Turquoise eyes narrowed slightly and flicked over to Spinner, who was still opening drawers, not paying attention to the pair. Leaning down slightly, Dobby felt his throat tighten. What's my name? The hero gave a delirious smile, exclaiming, Todoroki! With a speed that would have made Hawks jealous, Dobby jumped up from the bed and moved away from the hero. Spinner, who had jumped from the sudden noise, looked at his teammate with confusion. Did he just call you? Shut up. Dobby hissed, taking the blankets from the gecko's arms, practically burying the kid in them, who thankfully had passed out again. Dobby, one word of this, Dobby warned, lighting his hand up, and we'll see if lizard really tastes like chicken. Dobby Spinner put his arms up, knowing better than to push. Fine, just don't bring that whole chicken thing up to you know who. I don't want to get involved with whatever shit you two get up up alone. Dobby snorted, but wisely said nothing. Tomura sat on one of the other main floor's couches, watching the door where Spinner and Dobby lay just beyond. The pair were the closest thing to medics the league had, and Tomura wanted to keep that a secret. Horrible as it may have sounded, the decay user hoped that the hero stayed unconscious while the pair worked. Not because he was worried about Midoriya or anything. That would be insane, right? Tomura Shigaraki. Kurogiri's deep voice came drawing Tomura out of his thoughts. I believe we have much to discuss. Yeah! I couldn't care less. Twice animatedly spoke, hands on his hips. Toga sat on a chair next to Compress, cold and cat-like eyes watching him with a knowing smile. Are we gonna recruit him? We should kill him. Himiko perked up at the sound of potential violence. We are not killing him! Tomura ordered, quickly, surprising even himself. Tomura really wasn't sure why he didn't want to kill Izuku Midoriya. Before this whole experience, he would have ended the brat's life in a heartbeat. But that was before Kotaro Shimura had returned to the picture. Speaking of father, did anyone see a man running away earlier? Everyone looked at Compress, who lifted his hands, a blue marble clasp between his fingertips. Such a rude man, the magician tutted. He nearly bowled us over, trying to run away. I take it his fear was your handiwork, Tomura? I bet he saw your face, boss. Dobby's voice came as he and Pinner stepped into the main room. Dobby's once white shirt was soaked in blood as he put his jacket back on. And before you ask, yes, the brat is fine. Save for any infections he should pull through. Aw, Dobby! Himiko said, sliding up to the cremation user, hearts in her eyes. Give me a shirt. It's so good. Gross. Dobby responded, pushing the girl away with a single finger. Go back the lizard. Himiko pouted, but turned to the sportsman. Spinner! No, but I said no. the gecko user said, shuffling away from the schoolgirl's grabbing hands as she tried to yank the less bloodied clothes off him. Hey, stop that! Content with the chaos he had unleashed, Dabi sat down on the couch opposite of Tomura, twice joined in on the anarchy.
You wanna tell us what the hell happened?
The cremation user asked.
You're not exactly the type to be hanging out with heroes.
Well, getting stuck out in the middle of nowhere tends to put a damper on killing someone,
Tomura retorted.
especially when you're hurt.
Tomura Shigaraki,
Kurogiri said, neck extending as he inspected his charge.
You did not mention you were hurt.
Tomura felt himself something inside him shrivel up under the yellow eyes.
It wasn't that bad.
Kurogiri's eyes narrowed.
Was it the hero?
No!
Tomura defended, feeling his neck start to itch.
Turns out that bitch necromancer could really raise the dead.
Raise the dead? Compressed asked, suddenly realizing something was clearly absent from the young leader's face. Tomura? Where is father? Even the trio fighting on the floor paused to look at Tomura curiously. When the decay user wasn't wearing the disembodied limb, you could always find it with him, like a child with their favorite toy, feeling uncomfortable under the stair's weight. Tomura got up without a word and walked out, slamming the door behind him loudly. Kurogiri's eyes narrowed at the magician.
Please take that marble somewhere safe, Mr. Compress. Later I would like to have a talk with its occupant.
The magician nodded solemnly, and with a flick of his wrist, the marble disappeared. Following his charge outside, it did not take Kurogiri long to find him. Tomura was sitting on the same large boulder he would spend hours upon as a child. Sensei had only ever brought the pair here once, but the boulder quickly became the favorite spot of the boy. It was large enough that the entire league could lay on it, and it offered a breathtaking view of the lake in the distance as well as the forest that surrounded them. Neither male said a word as, for a while, Kurogiri came to stand beside the large rock, until Tomura turned to look at Kurogiri with questioning red eyes.
How are your injuries?
Somewhere deep inside, the warp gate user, a warm feeling blossomed at the concern.
Being electrocuted is not something I enjoyed. However, it appears to have had no lasting damage.
That's good.
Tomura nodded.
Tomura Shigaraki, if I am.
Kurogiri began, trying not to anger the child who had been left in his care for almost all of Kurogiri's life.
How are you holding up seeing Kotaro Shimura again?
Tomura flinched at the name.
How do you know that name?
I see you have forgotten.
Kurogiri gave some semblance of an ask.
You do not recall this place?
Tomura raised an eyebrow and shook his head.
Not surprising, I suppose, given what happened.
The warp gate user said,
This place is one of Sensei's personal safe houses. We brought you here after a former employee of his attacked you.
The confession took Tomura by surprise.
What?
That didn't make sense. Even those in the organization who hadn't liked Tomura would never be bold enough to attack him when he was young. Sensei would never have allowed it.
The man went by Fearling, Kurogiri explained, an arrogant man who believed himself to be Sensei's heir. One day, I was handling a task with Sensei, foolishly left you in his care. When we returned to our dwelling, you were gone. But you got me back, Tomura insisted adamantly. Sensei, you mean Sensei came and got me, right? Yes, but sadly it took us nearly 2 days to find you. Kogiri reminisced. 2 days of walking on eggshells around All for One. The villain struck out at anyone, allies and enemy alike, without hesitation to try and find young Tomura. When we finally did, you had been trapped inside his quirk for longer than anyone else ever had. He could create a field where your worst nightmares come to life in front of you. Thankfully, I was unaffected by the quirk, so I stayed by your side while Sensei dealt with him. You know then, Tomura whispered, looking defeated. You both do. Sensei, the man who had given Tomura everything, must have felt so disappointed by what he saw that day. No wonder he disappeared for weeks. He probably couldn't stomach having such a week. I know what you must be thinking, Tomura Shigaraki, but neither of us felt any dissatisfaction at you. Kurogiri interrupted, one misty hand coming to rest on the younger man's shoulder. I felt rage towards Kotaro Shimura, and happiness in the knowledge that he was dead. But Sensei is a complicated man, Kurogiri interrupted. His motives and feelings are well beyond my understanding. He could have taken Firling's quirk before dispatching him, but chose not to because he did not want to scare you with it. He didn't? Kurogiri nodded. Rest assured that while you were recovering, he made everyone painfully aware of the consequences that would fall if it happened again. Something inside Tomura loosened in relief, and he nodded, moving over slightly so Kurogiri could join him on the rock. Tomura wasn't sure how long they stayed there, side by side. All he knew was that this was the safest he had felt in a very long time. Chapter 7. Izuku's eyes snapped open suddenly. Looking around, he saw that he was floating in the sky above city lights below, twinkling ominously. In the background, far off in the distance, he could hear a child crying. I never had a child. He doesn't exist. Izuku turned around and saw a woman, one he'd seen before in another dream. Her face was as though it was carved from stone, save from tears running freely down her cheeks. Sorahiko, I never. The woman sagged and broke down as a man dressed like Gran Torino came to stand next to her, holding and supporting her tightly as she wept. Reaching out to the pair, Izuku saw his arm covered in a black mist, save for his hand. Realizing where he was, Izuku looked back at the pair, only to find them gone. In fact, everything he had just seen was gone, and he was floating alone inside the dark void. But he wasn't scared for some reason. Izuku felt immense sorrow as tears started falling from his own eyes. Reaching up to wipe them away, a yellow-gloved hand beat him. Following the arm, the ninja holder of One for All looked at the woman, All Might's teacher, and Kotaro Shimura's mother, Nana Shimura. Suddenly it hit Izuku. Nana Shimura was Kotaro's mother. Chiclet, that wouldn't also mean that she was Shigaraki's... Oh. Oh. Hey there, Sprout. Nana smiled, the look on her face not quite reaching her eyes. Sorry you had to see that. Izuku tried to speak, but remembered he had no mouth. We don't have long, Nana said, her hair and cape blowing with an imaginary wind. I just want to ask you a favor. Can you tell Kotaro that I love him? I know I don't deserve... Izuku wrapped disembodied limbs around Nana, pulling her into a hug, looking up at her, a determined look in his eyes, and nodding. Nana's mask cracked a little as she started crying again. Like she had in Gran Torino's arms, banking Izuku. The world started to become brighter around Izuku. Waking up, Izuku turned his head towards the window where sunbeams were beating down on him. Hissing in annoyance, sitting up slowly, Izuku felt sharp pain in his shoulder, trying to remember what.
Metal, dark eyes, blood, anger.
Shigaraki! Izuku yelled, throwing the covers off himself, rushing to get out of bed, when a firm hand reached out and pushed him backwards onto the mattress. Looking up, an amused looking mask stared back at him. Good morning, little hero. How are you feeling today? Izuku was lost for words, looking surprised by the strength Mr. Compress possessed. What happened? Which part? A voice came from the doorway. Looking towards the person, Izuku saw Shigaraki standing there, looking all right, and let out a small sigh of relief, knowing the tables had been turned. Izuku answered, all of it, I guess. The decay user snorted at the words, nodding his head at the magician so Izuku could sit up again. But before he could ask anything, though, a blonde blur rushed into the room, diving at the bedridden hero. Izuku! Grabbing the first thing Izuku could get his hands on and putting it between himself and Himiko, just as the girl was in mid-swing of one of her knives, the force of the thrust was so strong that feathers exploded onto Izuku's face and the blade appeared a few inches from his nose. Himiko pouted, pulling her knife back. The pillow! Toga, leave the hero alone, Shigaraki ordered. But Tomu! Himiko whined, settling on either side of Izuku's hips as she straddled his lap, much to the hero's embarrassment. Look how cute he is when he's all red, and I bet his blood is even cuter. I bet that's because you're sitting on him, my dear, Mr. Compress said, holding his hand out to the schoolgirl. Come along, Himiko. Time to get off the little hero. The blonde whined, still doing as she was told. Izuku watched the blonde with suspicion, not loosening his death grip on the pillow just in case. Before he could ask what had happened, something warm pressed against Izuku's lips, followed by a sharp pain. Pulling back, Izuku felt the blood start to dribble down his chin as Himiko's face melted away and Izuku was staring face to face with himself. Compress sighed and started pushing the girl, now boy, out of the room. All right, you've had your fun, now scat, you little troublemaker. The doppelganger Izuku giggled and ran out of the room, past Dabi as he was coming in. One look at the shocked hero's face and his bleeding lip and the cremation user gave a savage grin, immediately figuring out what had happened. Guess you're gonna have to marry her now. Dabi choked. Assuming that was your first kiss and all. Oh God! Izuku gasped, hands flying to his mouth, realizing Dabi was right. That was my first kiss, but why would you kiss me? I don't understand. Girls don't like me. They've always gone for people like Kachan and Todoroki, and reports say that Toga usually stabs people she likes and she doesn't kiss them. Watching the hero descend into a tongue-tied mess is quite the sight for the members of the league. Enough. Tomura spoke, a headache starting to form. Trying to keep up with the muttering was like trying to keep up with Sensei when he started talking about quirks. It was a kiss. It's not like you two fucked. Izuku felt his mind go blank at the thought of being with a girl like that. The girls in his class would no doubt kill him when they found out what had happened between himself and Toga Himiko. And that was if the villains didn't do it first. Wow, Dabi said, looking at the blank-faced hero as Compressed came to stand next to him. He really shut down, didn't he? Compressed grinned behind his mask. After the ferocity the hero had shown during their initial meeting in the forest, the magician was expecting threats and violence like Katsuki Bakugo had displayed. Instead, he was delighted to see that not only was the boy much more innocent than his classmate, but infinitely more amusing. I do believe that unlike our previous hero guest, this one is pure-hearted. Dabi snorted and walked over to the hero, snapping his fingers in front of his face. It took Izuku a few moments to snap out of fantasies of being melted as he was launched into the sun. When he finally returned to reality, he saw the villain who had kidnapped Kachan in front of him. Squeaking in surprise, Izuku jumped and pressed himself tightly into the corner. Tomura snorted in amusement, giving Dabi a dry look. And you say I'm ugly? You are ugly, creep. Dabi replied as red eyes narrowed. Patchwork freak. Dust mop head. Crispy cadaver. Albino. Izuku tried to stop himself, but he started laughing, cutting the snipping villains off, sliding down the wall and back onto the bed. The room's occupant all looked at him like he was crazy. I'm sorry. Izuku continued laughing, wiping a stray tear from his eye. It's just, well, I've only ever really seen you two when we fight. Really? You didn't realize that we have a life outside of you, heroes? Tamura asked, one eyebrow raised. I'll have you know that not everything is about you. Dabi nodded, giving Izuku an amused look. He's right, you know. Sometimes it's about getting to that level in Candy Crush. Dabi! Izuku started laughing again before it devolved into hisses of pain and he placed a hand over the wound, pulling the shirt someone had put on him. Izuku saw his chest wrapped in bandages, meaning that someone in the league had taken care of him. Looking at the current occupants, Izuku bowed his head a little. I'm not sure who did it, but thank you for taking care of my injuries. Tomura snorted and turned his head in an attempt to hide his embarrassed face. Whatever! Now come on! Everyone wants to see you! Me? Izuku repeated in confusion. But why? The masked magician answered. Kurogiri wants to know what happened, and whether or not he should drop you into the center of a lake. Izuku gulped. Chapter 8. Walking into a room full of villains alone, without backup, was by far one of the most nerve-wracking things Izuku had ever done. Read up on fighting
right up there on fighting All Might, Kamino Ward, Aizawa Sensei, and Stain. Although nervous, the young hero found that he wasn't scared. Logically, Izuku knew he should be terrified. Anyone here could kill him quickly, not to mention that Kurogiri, the second most powerful member of the league, wanted to personally talk with Izuku. But strangely enough, seeing himself jumping around in a schoolgirl uniform, the others laughed along, helped calm Izuku's nerves tremendously. Tomura rolled his eyes and picked up the pillow, hitting twice in the back of the head. Would you idiots stop laughing like damn hyenas? Ow! Boss, that hurt!
You hit like a girl!
Twice whined, masked eyes zeroing in on the hero standing between Darby and Mr. Compress.
Look who's awake! About damn time!
Izuku! The copy squealed, running over to the hero. Izuku's eyes doubled in size as he ducked behind Darby. Darby raised an eyebrow, wondering why the hero had chosen him. Thankfully, Compress came to the hero's rescue. Himiko, darling, your disguise is starting to melt away. I'm sure you don't want to ruin your outfit now. The girl gasped at the feeling of her quirk slipping, not wanting to look uncute in front of her crush. Himiko ran from the room, shouts of being right back echoing from above.
Move it, lizard,
Darby said, kicking Spinner's leg.
That chair's for our guest.
Why do I have to move? The gecko user grunted. He could sit anywhere.
But I want him there.
Darby smirked, pointing at the currently occupied chair.
What would Stain say if you didn't give one of his chosen heroes your seat?
Before Spinner could respond, Izuku answered. That even offered a real hero doesn't take another person's chair? Izuku looked at Spinner and smiled. I can sit on the floor if there aren't enough seats. Compress clapped his hands twice, joining in a moment later with enthusiasm. Well said, but not necessary. I believe Kurogiri has warped in a few chairs from upstairs. We should be fine. Speaking of Kurogiri, he had quietly entered the room, a large tray in his hand filled with steaming cups of tea. As soon as the tray sat down, yellow eyes narrowed at the hero.
Izuku Midoriya.
A deep voice spoke, making Izuku feel like he was a child again in trouble with his teacher. We have much to discuss. First, however, Compress, would you release our guest? The magician gave a small bow, for a terrified Kotaro Shimura popped into place. The once deceased man looked confused for a second. His eyes narrowed at Tomura sitting comfortably on one of the couches on the other side of the room.
Tenko!
He growled, taking a threatening step towards his son, only to have his path blocked. Izuku spread his arms out, blocking the man's advances. Looking around, Kotaro saw a collection of bizarre-looking people around the room. Confident they were villains, he gave the hero in front of him a cruel look.
Looks like we're both dead men now.
That remains to be seen. Kurogiri spoke, looking at his charge seriously. What would you have us do? Tomura looked at his father and the rest of the league.
Let's just get this over with.
Kotaro looked with him to say something, but Darby shoved him onto one of the couches before he had a chance. The man's eyes narrowed at the cremation user, who stared back challengingly.
You wanna say something?
Wisely, Kotaro kept his mouth shut and turned his head away. Izuku was directed by Compress to sit in another chair near Tomura, and soon everyone was gathered and seated. except for Kurogiri, who loomed over the decay user protectively. I have made tea for everyone, the warp gate user said, gesturing to the cups on the tray. Please enjoy. Tomura reached out and grabbed the nearest cup, curling back into his chair. Soon everyone followed except Kotaro, who remained stiff in his spot. Izuku sniffed the tea delicately, taking an experimental sip. Is that loose tea from inside the container? That is correct. Kurogiri answered, looking surprised. I take it you are the one who has been drinking it? Oh, no. Izuku shook his head, blushing slightly. I was drinking the bagged ones. I was actually giving it to Shigaraki with his meals. Really? Compress hummed, taking another sip of his own tea, his mask astoundingly still on. I thought you weren't a fan of tea, Tomura. Tomura paused, looking at the magician over the edge of his cup. Brett brought me stuff I didn't ask. What it was. Snapping from the conversation's normalcy, Kotaro grabbed the closest thing he could, twice his tea, and threw it at the wall. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Just do it already! Everyone became silent, except for Twice, who moaned at the loss of his tea and complained about how horrible it was. Himiko giggled and looked at Dabi for her spot next to him on the couch's arms rest. Guess we know who Tomura gets his temper from. Dabi nodded. And his real name is Tenko. Red eyes narrowed at the cremation user. You wanna say something, Dabi? Nope. Dabi replied, putting his empty cup back on the tray. Looking at Shigaraki's father was like endeavor. Except that it doesn't suit you, though. Tenko, I mean. Not exactly the kind of name that strikes fear into the hearts of heroes. Now gave him that name. Kotaro snapped, looking at the scarred criminal. And he killed her! Dabi looked at Kotaro. We've all killed people, except for Spinner. He still hasn't popped that cherry. Spinner choked on his tea, blushing. Shut up, Dabi! How can you all stand to be around him? Kotaro asked, pointing at his son with hatred in his eyes. He killed his entire family! Because Tomura's one of us, Himiko spoke, a thoughtful expression on her face rather than the usual grin. He doesn't judge us for our past or what we want. In fact, he helps us because he knows we'll help him. We're happy together, so that makes him our family now, not yours. What happened to making a happy family together? Kotaro's eyes narrowed at the girl as nouns and words made their way through his head. Taking a step towards the girl threateningly, Kotaro's path was quickly blocked by a sword. Get out of my way, he growled, ignoring the person blocking him. Eyes narrowed at Himiko. I'm going to teach this girl a lesson. You'd have an easier time beating me than Himiko, Spinner said. She's crazy good with blades. Shut up, you deformed freak! Kotaro yelled at the swordsman, not noticing how everyone's eyes became angry, including Izuku's, whose normally green eyes were now slowly bleeding into a dark shade of grey at the cruel words. Spinner looked hurt at the words, like he had been the one who was struck, taking a step back. Dabi and Himiko's eyes narrowed dangerously, focusing on their prey. Sure, the pair liked to tease Spinner, but they would never hurt him. They knew all too well how much words could sometimes hurt more than fists any day. Tomura's father or not, nobody hurt a league member and got away with it. Nobody. Oh dear, I see negotiations have broken down already. Tomura Shigaraki, what would you have me do? Kick his ass, Himiko!
Burn him, Dabi!
Throughout the chaos, Izuku calmly walked towards the tall male, aware of the red eyes following him as he did. When he was directly in front of Kotaro, Izuku looked up at him with eyes that made the man suddenly feel 2 feet tall. Apologize. Not one to back down, Kotaro narrowed his eyes, completely forgetting about everyone else and standing over the boy. Make me. Izuku blinked, and his usually green eyes entirely changed to gray, a shade of gray that Kotaro was very familiar with. Kotaro, apologize. Kotaro's eyes widened in shock as his mother's form overlapped with the boy's. Fear and hatred rose instantly as he saw her, grabbing the swords. Kotaro fully intended on taking revenge on the woman who had abandoned him. Everybody froze, and time seemed to stand still for a second. Except for 2. Kurogiri! A black warp gate opened around the dead man's wrist, appearing and disappearing in the blink of an eye, separating the hand from the body. Kotaro's eyes widened as he looked behind him and onto the floor where his hand was lying. Already the skin was turning gray and the fingers were stiffening, returning to their former positions from when he wrapped them around Tenko's face. With the source of his resurrection now separated from his body, Kotaro knew what would happen next, but the speed in which the strength left his resurrected body was quicker than he expected it. No doubt his body hitting the floor would ultimately destroy it. Surprisingly, 2 arms wrapped around Kotaro, gently lowering him to the floor. Looking at the hero, Kotaro saw his mother, staring back at him, tears running down her face. Kotaro tried to push the hero away. His arm instantly dissolved away as soon as he made contact. Let go. Suddenly, the hero did something none of the League expected. He smiled. Everyone watched as Izuku leaned down and whispered something into the dying man's ear. Whatever it was, made Kotaro laugh. Continued laughing as he looked directly at Tenko as he sat on the chair stone-faced to what was happening in front of him. I'll be waiting in hell, Tenko. And with that, the body that made up Kotaro Shimura fully dissolved as the man died once again. Izuku sat there holding on to Kotaro's shirt, feeling Nana's grief bubble up and overwhelm him as the 7th One-For-All user had her son lost to her again. Kurogiri! Tomura said, turning towards the former bartender. Take him to my spot, would you? Make sure he doesn't escape. Understood. The warp gate user bowed slightly, opening up another portal beneath the hero before walking through one himself. With the hero now gone, Tomura got up and walked over towards the severed hand, picking it up and looking at it with an unreadable expression. Eyes narrowing, he walked towards the desk and opened a drawer, shoving the limb inside, before slamming it closed. With the hand now out of sight, Tomura looked at Spinner and Himiko. I'm sorry. Both members of the League were surprised by the apology and wisely said nothing. They, like everyone else, waited for their leader to sit back down. Izuku Midoriya, Tomura spoke, looking at the League. What should we do? Dabi snorted. That's new. You don't normally ask us for what we think. Well, this time I am. Tomura snapped back. Himiko said, raising her hand. Captains are romantic. Let me go on a date with Izuku before we kill him. We can't kill him, Spinner shouted at the schoolgirl. What would Stain think if we did that? Kill him! Spare him. As much as I do not like the boy for his deplorable behavior during our first woodland outing together, Mr. Compress hummed, taking a sip of his tea. He did help Shigaraki here against that brute when we weren't here. I vote to spare the hero. Everyone looked at Darby for his vote. Killing the kid would be the easiest thing to do. Himiko squealed in joy. But I'm sure everyone who hasn't been trapped in a ritzy cabin remembers how much of a pain in the ass the last few days have been. A resounding groan came from everyone. Tomura raised an eyebrow. What does that mean? Every hero, police, officer, and goddamn civilian has been hunting us these last few days. Darby spoke, recalling one instance where an old woman nearly took twice his head off with her cane. It's why it took us so damn long finding your crusty ass. He's right. Spinner nodded, folding his arms. That kid Bakugo and Endeavor's bread nearly caught us. Exactly, like Spinner. Darby corrected himself. I, for one, would like to avoid another Camino Ward situation. Now Tomura snorted. You got knocked out by some gremlin. Don't act like you did anything. Darby flipped off the decay user. I say, we give the kid back, confuse the hell out of the heroes, and stay here for a while planning our next move. That does sound like the safest course of action. Compress nodded. Himiko pouted and started booing, twice joining her moments later. Spinner, meanwhile, just looked relieved that they wouldn't be killing the hero his ideals saved. So then we're in agreement, Tomura said, standing up. We send the brat back. With everyone mostly in agreement, Tomura made his way to the back door to tell the hero his fate. Before his hand touched the knob, a hand grabbed his shoulder and turned him around, so he was directly looking into Darby's narrowed eyes. Next time you're having a personal crisis, the cremation user hissed slowly. Don't use us to decide for you. Tomura's eyes narrowed in response as he pushed the hand off. Don't touch me like that again and you'll end up just like father did. The two stared at each other for a few tense moments before Darby's posture relaxed and a smirk made its way to his face. Whatever. He shrugged, hands going into his pocket. Have fun with the hero, boss. Ask him if he'll cook us some food for us before he leaves. Do it yourself, Tomura said, throwing the door open and slamming it without a second thought. Walking down to the boulder, Tomura noticed was that the brat was curled up on the top of it, hugging the shirt Kotaro Shimura had been wearing, still crying. Looking towards Kurogiri, who, as usual, was standing not too far away, watching the boy closely. Anyone else would be unable to read the warp gate user, and they weren't Tomura. He had lived long enough with Kurogiri to get a good idea of his emotions by reading the mist and his body language. The hero let out a small sniffle, and one hand reached out, probably to rub tears from his eyes. At that moment, it was subtle, but the mist around Kurogiri's hand twitched lightly. Tomura thought, this was new. It was like the warp gate wanted to comfort the hero, but was too nervous about doing so. Is he still crying?
Shimura asked, standing next to his guardian/bodyguard.
Indeed, Kurogiri answered. I am unsure how to make him stop.
Shimura snorted and walked over to the boulder, climbing up and poking the hero harshly in the side. Izuku jumped and looked towards the villain, his grey eyes returning to their standard green with just a few blinks. If Tomura noticed, he chose not to say anything.
Stop crying!
Izuku sniffled.
But... No!
Tomura said, grabbing the shirt from the hero and decaying it quickly.
You didn't even like father. Don't waste your tears on him.
I know, but maybe...
If you think we could have had this big heartfelt moment like in movies before he peacefully passed away, it was not gonna happen.
Tomura said, laying down on the boulder, looking up at the night sky. Unlike when he used to see them from the bar's roof, the stars here were really bright here. Izuku just hung his head, wiping away his tears that still kept falling. Tomura watched the hero curiously.
Why do you want to be a hero?
Huh? Izuku said, looking confused.
A hero,
Tomura repeated.
Is it 'cause you like Bakugo and just want to beat up the bad guys? Or are you like All Might, who says he'll be there but never is?
Izuku suddenly looked nervous and gave a shy smile. Honestly, I wanted to be like All Might at first and save people with a smile. Tomura rolled his eyes.
Lame.
Yeah, Izuku said, his smile dropping as he looked at his scarred hand. But now, things have changed. Now I want to be a hero who always wins and stop people from ever becoming villains in the first place. Stop villains from happening. Tomura didn't understand. People like Muscular Overhaul. They hurt people. Sure, they had goals and desires they wanted to achieve. Still, at the end of the day, they hurt people because they could. Izuku continued, thinking of Igi, Kota, the Shimano siblings, and the other people who had suffered. At the same time, he also thought about Gentle, La Brava, people like Crawler. They were labeled as villains and vigilantes, but they weren't bad people. Some people become a villain to survive, or because it's really the only choice they have left. Izuku spoke, holding his hand out to some invisible person. I want to help people. I want to hold out my hand on someone's worst day and help them so that they know that I am here and they aren't alone. Tomura sat up, looking at the hero seriously. The faceless bodies of people who walked by shoved him or just plain ignored Tomura as he walked around aimlessly, after his family's death flashing through his mind.
How will you do that?
Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. He had honestly expected Shigaraki to call him stupid or naive. I don't know exactly how yet, but I'm going to start with my own agency. I've already talked to some of my classmates and teachers about it. I want to make a place where everyone works independently, but put together to make things better. Tomura listened with interest as the hero continued. Aizawa-sensei has already been helping me work out a plan, and when Miruka came for a lesson, I asked her about solo heroing.
And what about villains?
Tomura asked, an unfamiliar feeling building up inside him.
You can't help everyone by yourself.
But I wouldn't be by myself, Izuku said, jumping up with an excited grin. Every person I help turns around one day and helps someone else. Tomura snorted again, his expression darkening.
You can't change this rotten society.
Then I'll lay the groundwork for a better one. Izuku responded, giving the villain a determined look. Oh yeah, and what one day by chance? Tomura began. What if one day you come across someone covered in blood? Yes. Tomura's eyes narrowed. You didn't let me finish. Doesn't matter. Izuku spoke, seeing the small form of Tomura Shigaraki back before All for One had gotten a hold of him. Back when he was still Tenko Shimura and looking for someone to help. Someone, anyone. Izuku clenched his fist back when he was just like Eri and society failed him. Tomura frowned, that weird feeling in his chest becoming warm. The League's decided not to kill you, Tomura said, sitting up and jumping off the boulder, putting his hands in his pockets. But I don't think Dabi will let you leave unless you make us some food first. Both Izuku and Kurogiri's eyes widened at the news. Izuku looked towards the warp gate user and gave a nervous smile. Are you all right with me using the kitchen? This is your home, and I wouldn't want to intrude. Technically, this residence belongs to Sensei, Kurogiri answered. I have just been maintaining and preparing it should you heroes leave us no other place to reside. Oh. Kurogiri gave the barest hint of a nod. However, should the League and Tomura Shigaraki wish for you to cook for them, I will not stop you. It will give me a nice break from the task. I'll be honest, if it wasn't for the cooking books you left, we probably would have lived off of rice and canned soup. Izuku chuckled, giving a small bow. Thank you for your help. Kurogiri was uncertain what to do. Izuku Midoriya was so polite and considerate, so different from the rogues and villains that he was used to dealing with on a day-to-day basis. Thankfully, Tomura Shigaraki called out for the pair, causing the hero to run back and towards the cabin. Sighing, the warp gate user pulled out some small cell phone he kept hidden inside his vest and dialed a familiar number. A female voice answered after a few rings. UA, hi. Well, how may I direct your call? This is Kurogiri from the League of Villains. The bartender spoke, hearing a faint squeak on the other end. I would like to speak to Principal Netsu if he's available. Hi. The woman stammered, no doubt terrified, on the other end. Get him for you right away, sir. Kurogiri pulled the phone away from his ears at the volume and stood there waiting. It didn't take long for the call to be transferred. Kurogiri suspected that the woman must have run to the office at full speed. So soon enough, though, there were the telltale sounds of a struggle before a high-pitched voice spoke. Is Principal Netsu speaking? Am I correct? This is Kurogiri? Yes. The man nodded, no doubt, having been put on speaker. I am just calling to tell you that we shall be returning your students soon. Like we can trust you to, you low-down snipe! Eraserhead's voice cut through. Put him on. I'm afraid I cannot. There was a loud bang on the other end. Put Midoriya on right now, or so help me, I will find you and make you hurt in ways that you could not imagine. Kurogiri sighed. By the time he walked back to the cabin and made it to the hero, enough time would have passed that the heroes would know their location. No doubt they had started tracking this call the second the woman picked up. Understood. I will call back in just a moment. No, wait! Kurogiri hung up the phone. A small, unreadable emotion suddenly hit him and causing him to stagger. Hearing the underground hero's cries shouldn't have affected him. They were enemies, yet for some unknown reason they did. Curious. Walking back towards the house, the warp gate user found nobody in the living room. Looking at Sako, who was washing the dishes, Kurogiri asked where everyone was. Ah, well, you see, after you left, Dobby shooed our troublemakers upstairs to bed. The magician smiled, not wearing his mask. I keep telling you that young man has siblings or a child out there in the world. Kurogiri nodded, wondering if Dobby had picked Himiko up and tossed her over his shoulders again, like he usually did. Most of the League chose to stay in the large bedroom upstairs, preferring to keep their communal sleeping arrangements. Only Tomoga Shigaraki and the hero would be staying on the ground floor. Since Kurogiri didn't require sleep, he would also be staying down here, also taking up Izuku Midoriya's former place on the couch. Walking towards the room where the hero was staying, the warp gate user found him sitting on the bed, staring out the window. Izuku Midoriya? Kurogiri said, pulling out the phone and hitting redial. A second later, there were multiple cries on the other end as the teachers tried to speak at once. Please keep this conversation short and do not tell them where we are. I will be listening. The child nodded and reached out, shaky fingers taking the phone. Hello? I'm okay, sir. Izuku spoke, looking sad. I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused you. A small smile made its way to the boy's face. Is my mom okay? Has someone been looking after her? Oh my gosh! The boy cried, face becoming red for some reason. Mom probably put him in my room. This is so embarrassing. I left most of my merch there. Kurogiri stifled a growing chuckle at the thought of the former #1 hero being surrounded by effigies of himself and other heroes were amusing to say the least. What? Izuku said, eyes flicking to Kurogiri. Actually, everyone's been really nice. How did you know I got hurt? The boy asked, for his face went pale for some reason. And how is he? Well, I just thought Shigaraki might like to know. Oh, Kurogiri realized suddenly. Someone had been brave enough to talk to Sensei. Now the boy was trying to find out about the ancient villain's health because he thought Tomoga Shigaraki would appreciate knowing. It was a strangely kind of him and would most definitely be appreciated. Confined but well, the hero repeated as Kurogiri held his hand out for the phone. Sensei, I have to go. Can you tell everyone that I'll be back soon? And tell my mom and All Might I'm not to worry? There was a small pause. What? No, I promise. They aren't making me say anything. I gotta go, sir. See you soon. Izuku handed back the phone and watched as Kurogiri pushed the end button. The two stood there for a second before he hit redial again and answered before the first ring went even through. Midoriya! Eraserhead's voice came. No, but he is still right here. Kurogiri said to the hero, As you can hear, the boy is fine. We shall bring him back to you soon. Why not right now? Professor Mike's voice asked the uneasy feeling Kurogiri had been feeling since the first phone call, doubling. Because it is late and children need their rest, the bartender replied back, earning a stifled snort of laughter from someone. Until next time, everyone, I bid you all good evening. With that, Kurogiri hung up the final time, sliding the phone back into his vest. Now then, Izuku. The boy moved, surprising Kurogiri. He collided with the warp gate user, wrapping his arms around him in a tight embrace. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Not used to the affection, Kurogiri stood there letting the child hug him. And the hero had finally gotten it out of his system and let Kurogiri bartender took a step back and fixed his outfit. Yes, well, you should go to bed now, Kurogiri said, the flash of faceless children looking up at him appearing in his mind. Kurogiri couldn't remember who they were exactly, but they had seemed happy as they sat upon something that looked like a floating cloud. Good night. Izuku said, suddenly realizing who he had hugged. Good night. Kurogiri left the room, ignoring the protests of Himiko from above or Dabi's grunts at her to be quiet. Sitting back down at the table, the warp gate user was touched when Sako slides a small glass of alcohol towards him. So, the magician spoke, pouring a glass for himself. His wound was aching up. It looks like it was gonna be a cold night. Why'd you call UA? Dabi mentioned confusing the heroes. Kurogiri answered, unless Tomura Shigaraki already had a destination in mind, I doubt they would think us bold enough to just drop Izuku back off at the school. Clever. The man grinned, like knowing that now every hero in the country would get a message from the school either tonight or early tomorrow morning. Who knew a little accident could create such a marvelous show? Sako was almost jealous. Both men spent a good while murmuring amongst themselves, sharing in a bottle of well-aged alcohol. Neither was aware that Kurogiri's mist's tips have changed from its traditional dark violet to a midnight blue. Chapter 9. Swing by and pick him up, Hawks pleaded, sounding like a kid wanting a piece of candy from the grocery store. Come on, hot stuff. Think of the doors that could open for us. Dabi rolled his eyes. Seriously, who did Kegel think he was fooling? Like I said, Bertie, if we let you pick him up, it's just gonna raise suspicion. Well, maybe if you told me where you were, I could make an excuse to head out that way, the hero huffed. Dabi sat on the balcony's railing, looking out at the forest that surrounded them. Truthfully, he had no idea where he and the others were, but it was pretty clear that heroes like the Pussycats would have an excuse for journeying this far into the wilderness. No way, Dabi firmly said. Look, I'll call you. Holy shit! A green blur was suddenly in front of Dabi, startling him enough that he fell backwards onto the balcony, eyes whipping around as he saw the hero dashing towards the pile of blankets and pillows the League was using, grabbing some before racing back. Himiko! Izuku shouted, throwing the pillow at the blonde, who jumped up to catch it in midair. Use the case! Dabi watched as the blonde's eyes widened and she ripped the pillowcase off, shoving it onto Twice's head. Turning to demand some answers from the hero, Dabi's words died in his throat as he saw what the brat was about to do. Reaching out, he grabbed the kid by the back of his shirt before he could jump again. If Hawks was at the cabin right now, he probably would see a wide-eyed Izuku hanging limply in Dabi's arms, and laugh as the villain tried to pull the hero back over the ledge with what Himiko called his noodle arms. Are you stupid? Dabi yelled, finally succeeding after a couple of tries. Do you want to get hurt again? Hawks snickered quietly as he listened in over the phone. I've jumped from higher places before. Bone-breaking kid, you replied. There was a pause. Hawks could picture Dabi narrowing his eyes and crossing his arms over his chest,
as he stood in front of the kid like a disapproving parent.
Is that supposed to make me feel better? Well, you know what? Never mind.
Dobby interrupted. Hawks had to bite his fist from laughing out loud. He should ask Tokoyami to invite the kid with him next time internships came around.
I don't know or care what happened. Just go downstairs and tell the idiots to get their asses inside. I'll talk to you four in a moment.
Okay. Hawks heard the sound of movement and mumbled, cursing as the phone was picked up.
What's wrong, honey? Kid's giving you a rough time? Oh, shut up,
Dobby retorted, unaware that the tracker on Hawk's computer had finally given enough time to ping the league's location.
I'll call you when you need you.
Oh, Hawks grinned. You need me. Dobby made a strangled sound on the other end before hanging up. The hero leaned back and let out a deep chuckle, picturing Dobby's face right now. He didn't often get the last word in their conversation, but when he did, Hawks relished it. Looking at the computer, Hawks pulled up the location on a mapping site and zoomed in. A single structure stood hidden deep within the woods, far away from prying eyes. Dobby was right when he said that there was no way Hawks could rescue the missing student without arousing suspicion. Moving the mouse to the delete button, he paused for a second. Realistically, the hero knew he should tell the commission about where the League was hiding. It was secluded enough that their agents could mobilize and remove the threat the group posed before they got any bigger. But there was also a high chance that the bone-breaking kid would be caught in the crossfire and deemed collateral damage. That thought didn't sit well with Hawks, especially not with how worried Tokoyami was about his classmate. The number 2 hero pushed the button, erasing everything he had just found into committing the coordinates to memory. If the kid came back injured, then Hawks would personally lead the strike squad to the League. If he came back all right, well, Hawks would be one step further into meeting Shigaraki in person. Dobby glared at the three, while twice lay moaning on the sofa, clutching the pillowcase tightly to his head.
What happened?
The three all launched into an explanation at once, giving Dobby an instant headache. Was this how Fuyumi felt dealing with her students all day? Suddenly, the eldest Todoroki had a new respect for his younger sister.
Stop!
Dobby commanded, holding one hand up instantly, silencing the trio, letting out a deep sigh, and then looked and pointed at Spinner.
Explain. Now. I was showing Deku some of my moves when these two,
the gecko said, pointing at Himiko and twice,
snuck up behind me.
Dobby could already start to piece together what had happened.
Well, you didn't have to freak out like that,
Himiko hissed, eyes narrowing like an angry cat.
You just ripped Jean's mask. Well, I'm sorry,
Spinner hissed, not backing down from the look, instead leveling the schoolgirl with a rather nasty glare of his own.
Next time, I'd expect a sneak attack from my own teammate.
Himiko was about to retort when Dobby beat her to the punch.
Enough.
The pair instantly shut up and looked at the cremation user. Dobby, meanwhile, felt sorry for the hero stuck in between them as they bickered back and forth.
Himiko, take twice upstairs. Stay with him until he calms down,
Dobby ordered. Himiko looked like she wanted to argue, but a single look from Dobby shut any protests up. and she nodded, helping twice off of the sofa and up the stairs. Now Dobby turned to Spinner.
Mister's gone for a while, on his gentleman's walk. Go find him for me, will you? The boss and Kurogiri should be back soon, and we should be all here when they do.
Spinner nodded without a word and grabbed his swords, leaving the house with a loud slam of the door. Dobby sighed and looked at the final person, hearing the kid squeak as he realized he was alone with the villain. The very same villain who kidnapped Kachan, who attacked Endeavor, who...
Good thinking with the pillowcase.
Dobby reached out, giving the kid an awkward pat on the head. Frozen and surprised by the praise, Izuku looked up at the villain curiously. Does that happen often?
Why do you want to know?
Dobby asked. Well, I mean, I read about what happened with the raid against the Hisaikai. Izuku said, his arms waving around. How Sir ripped his mask and twice ran away in a panic. Is he going to be okay? Dobby sighed and nodded.
Himiko's got him covered, and we make sure his mask doesn't get trashed.
Oh. Izuku nodded, looking down and fidgeting like he wanted to ask something else.
What?
Would Twice get mad if I told my teachers? Izuku blurted, face flushing, his hands moving around erratically as he talked. Not that they'll go after his mask, so they know to avoid damaging it. Dobby raised an eyebrow and glanced upwards, noticing Himiko crouched down at the top of the stairs, listening in on the conversation.
Oh, wouldn't that make your job of catching us easier?
Maybe, Izuku nodded, reaching around and rubbing the back of his head. But people might not understand and think he's resisting. I don't want any of you to get hurt. Sabi glanced at Himiko, who wore this strange look on her face before she shook her head, disappearing, presumably back to wherever she had put Chin.
Listen, kid, that's a really nice offer, but it should be something you need to ask twice.
Dabi said. Oh, of course. Izuku nodded. I would never, I mean, if he said no, I wouldn't tell anyone, but later, if we found ourselves fighting and I need to tell someone, then I would. I'm not planning to try and capture anybody right now, but not afterwards when you take me back. Dabi slapped his hand over the kid's mouth, trying to silence him. The hero's eyes went wide and his muffled words sped up.
Stop talking,
Dabi said, using the same tone he used when Natsuo was little, and word vomited random facts trying to get their father's attention.
Now I'm going to remove my hand. Take a deep breath when I do.
Feeling the hand move, Izuku did as he was told, taking in a large amount of oxygen. Dabi knelt down and placed both hands on either side of the heroes.
Now hold it. That's right. Now exhale slowly.
Izuku released the breath and strangely felt a lot calmer now. This was like what Todoroki would sometimes do with him when they were going through his notebooks. The only difference was that Dabi's hand was a lot warmer than his classmates. Dabi, who used blue fire. During Hosu, Izuku recalled someone saying Endeavor had done the something similar against one of the Nomu. Dabi hated Endeavor and reminded Izuku of Todoroki during the sports festival. And he knew both Todoroki's full names. Todoroki also mentioned that he had 3 older siblings, but one had died when he was little. Despite the hero's best efforts, Dabi's past remained completely blank. Could Dabi be... Would you help me make dinner? Izuku asked suddenly. Dabi stayed still, caught off guard for a moment. But one glance at the kid's injured shoulder and he nodded. The pair, making their way to the kitchen, soon began pulling out ingredients for the meal. If we squeeze together, the table should be big enough for 9. Dabi stopped. What he was doing and glanced at Izuku suspiciously. Are you expecting company? Huh? Izuku said, looking over his shoulder. What do you mean? Didn't Shigaraki and Kurogiri go get your friend? My friend? Surely the kid didn't realize who Dabi had been talking to. If Hawk's cover was blown, there was no way they could send the kid back to UA. It might sound shitty, but for Keiko's safety, as well as the kid's own, he would have to stay with the League. Yeah, Izuku nodded, raising his good arm. The tall lady with... Dabi darted forward, slapping his hand over the kid's mouth. Again, listening carefully for any sign that the pair above had heard him. Dabi removed it a second later and gestured for the hero to follow him. Once the door was closed, Dabi led the kid a little away from the house. Did you mean Magne? Izuku nodded. Yes, she has a magnetism quirk, right? I'm curious about it and wanted to ask her some questions before I went back. Dabi's fists clenched and he took a deep breath, trying to quell the fire inside him. It wasn't the kid's fault. He didn't know that Magne was already dead, but if twice overheard him. Kid. Magne. Dabi sighed, running his hand through his hair. Magne was killed a while back. She's dead. Izuku's smile instantly dropped. What? It was Overhaul. Dabi explained. You don't need to know the details. Just don't bring her up, okay? Izuku felt the light bulb go off in his hand. That's why you attacked him on the bridge. Revenge. Yeah, that makes more sense. Dabi thought about it for a moment. Revenge might have been the main reason the League had gone after Overhaul once the heroes had beaten him, but it wasn't the only one. Overhaul was like Dabi's father. Just another monster that needed to be put down before he ruined anyone else's life. Magne had been the only person Dabi had trusted when he was living on the streets. She was strong, kind, and gave him food and a roof over his head more times than he could count. Overhaul had stolen her away from Dabi, just like Endeavor stolen Toya's everything. If Shigaraki hadn't already had a plan to go after the Yakuza, Dabi would have gone after him alone. Something like that. The kid looked like he wanted to say something. Thankfully, Kurogiri's warp gate opened up, signaling his and Shigaraki's return. The decay user stepped through the portal, taking one look at the pair and narrowing his eyes suspiciously. Everything all right? Fine, boss. Dabi grinned, throwing one arm over the kid's shoulder. No problems here. Dabi looked at Izuku, eyes giving him a once-over. What's for dinner? Oh, Izuku said, quickly glancing at Dabi, one thing coming to mind. Soba! I know a great recipe. Dabi's eyes widened and his stomach let out a treacherous growl at the mere mention of his favorite food. Chapter 10. Tomura tried not to make his staring obvious as he watched everyone laugh and eat together. Even now, it still felt strange. Tomura had gotten used to eating alone, that being around people now still didn't seem real. Hiding from the heroes, scavenging for food wherever they could find it, had become the new normal for everyone. It was so different eating alone in front of his computer. Tomura paused his chewing, thinking about it. Alone. Had he always been alone till now? Before, when they weren't with Sensei, Kurogiri would check in on him a few times, primarily to deliver meals. Now he was much more active in checking up on his charge. Was Kurogiri scared that Tomura would disappear like Sensei had? Or because he could look after him without impunity now? And it wasn't just Kurogiri who had changed since their first meeting. Mr. Compress liked to sit with Tomura, bringing some tea for them with him. Sometimes the magician would read to him, pulling out a book from a marble he had hidden away. While other times they would just sit there quietly and talk. Himiko and Twice were by far the most affectionate of the group, always hugging and ruffling Tomura's hair. Every once in a while, when the pair was bored, they would catch Tomura every once and declare a league night. Twice would bring snacks and spend hours talking, while Himiko would pull out a nail file and look after his nails. Tomura still scratched his neck when he was annoyed, but it didn't bleed as often anymore. Spinner played games with Tomura. It was a surprise to find out he was just as competitive as the decay user was, and when it came to finding something for them to sleep with, the other swordsmen always gave Tomura the warmest thing he could find, even though Spinner himself was the most sensitive to the cold due to his quirk. Then there was Dabi. As much as they fought, Dabi made sure that the League never went hungry, even to the point of not eating anything himself. Tomura was pretty sure the cremation user doesn't know he knows about that. It's why when Dabi goes to his meetings with Hawks, Tomura is actually grateful for the first time in his life. Even if he is a spy, Tomura knows that the bird will bug Dabi until he eats something. Looking over at the hero, Tomura felt his heart clench uncomfortably at the one missing member of his party. Magne would have loved the brat and spent hours cooing over his freckles and fluffy hair. The woman had a huge heart and was fearless. Not many people would huff at Tomura Shigaraki, grab a brush and start to work detangling his hair, but Magne had just given the decay user a no-nonsense look and said that not taking care of such beautiful hair would be such a waste. Fingers tightened around his chopsticks slightly. Because of his stupidity and pride, Tomura had gotten her killed. Magne was dead, and it was Tomura's fault. She should be here, not him. Father had been right, Tomura.
The soba he made was exactly like how Ray used to make it when he was little. Only 4 people in the world knew the recipe, and one currently went to school with the kid. Tomura looked nervous for a moment, his hands fidgeting under the table.
S'mores!
S'mores! Himiko and Twice shouted in excitement, standing up and reaching over the table before Spinner and Izuku knew what was happening. They were being dragged outside by the pair. Dabi snorted and gave Compress a knowing look.
I take it your gentleman's walk this afternoon also involved finding firewood.
Now, Dabi. The magician spoke, 4 marbles suddenly appearing in his hand. When could Kurogiri have ever told me? He left long before I was awake.
Darby snorted and mumbled something under his breath that sounded like shared telepathy, placing his dishes on the counter and walking out, leaving the decay user alone with the pair.
You need help?
Tomura asked in a rare display of generosity. Kurogiri and Compress both looked surprised for a moment before shaking their heads.
The offer is much appreciated, Tomura Shigaraki.
Kurogiri replied, his eyes shifting ever so slightly, that he might be smiling under the mist.
But we can handle things from here.
He's right, Compress said, making shooing motions with his hands.
You go enjoy yourself with the little hero.
I'm afraid soon we will have to be taking him back. Tomura stopped hearing this. Izuku was leaving. Tomura knew that they would be sending him back to the heroes, but it was the only logical thing to do.
But I want him to stay.
Walking towards the fire pit, Tomura looked at Izuku and wondered if keeping the hero would really be that bad. Izuku sat next to Shigaraki, watching closely as Dabi lit the fire. Typically, Izuku had only seen the flames in combat and usually accompanied by a feeling of terror. But right now, watching the blue flames bleed into red and orange, he was amazed by the beauty of them. They were so much like Todoroki's flame, warm and bright. Casting a glance at the cremation user, Izuku held in a gasp as turquoise eyes stared right back at him. It finally cemented in Izuku's brain that his classmate and the villain were indeed related somehow. Dabi held up a finger to his lips and smirked before turning his attention back to Himiko.
What was staying like?
Spinner asked, poking the fire with a stick.
Tomura groaned,
snapping a twig and throwing it into the flames. Izuku looked confused and heard Dabi mumble, "Not again," before realizing the question was for him.
Let's see.
Izuku spoke, thinking about the hero killer. One thing coming to his mind as he stared into the fire, his voice becoming calm.
Stain is terrifying.
Completely focused on his mission right up until the very end.
He absolutely would have hated the media circus his arrest led to and that people started copying him.
Spinner straightened up, his eyes widening as everyone started to pay closer attention to the hero.
He was smart, powerful, and completely merciless.
Izuku continued, remembering finding Ida in the alley and meeting Stain for the first time. Even now, the memory of the killer's presence sent shivers up his spine.
But he wasn't without fault. I looked into the heroes he attacked. All of them had a pending investigation against them or were involved in a scandal. There was only one hero that didn't fit the profile.
Tomura's eyes narrowed as he grunted.
Ingenium.
Yeah. Izuku nodded, his fingers coming up, resting on his chin.
I think Stain attacked him because he was a legacy hero. Idaten has been around since the hero system was first instituted in Japan. They've always had at least one member of the Ida family as an active hero working. But it wasn't until Ingenium that it started getting noticed more and more by the media.
Spinner looked like he wanted to say something, but Dabi sent him a look, warning him not to before returning to the hero.
Why? What makes Ingenium different from the others?
The media played on his humble personality too much. Izuku continued. Ida's brother never cared about the spotlight. He just wanted to help people. Whenever you watch interviews, he would always talk about how great his sidekicks or the people who work for him are. Never about himself.
He's quoted on numerous occasions saying that he wouldn't be able to do half of what he did without them. Everyone's eyes widened as they listened, especially those who had been brought to the league because of Stain. Actually, when you compare it to Endeavor, Ingenium always passes credit around instead of taking it for himself. Because he was so humble, the media liked to push the legacy angle a lot when talking about him. Not that's not right. Even if that's the case, something's still missing. Could it be because of Ingenium's ties to vigilantes? People speculated a while about his relationship with Crawler. Soon Izuku had descended into a mumbling that was well familiar to his classmates and teachers. Started the league with how accurate it was. Dabi was even starting to wonder if the reason Shigaraki hadn't wanted this kid taken instead of the explosion boy, could it have been because of some budding feelings of rivalry between them that prevented their leader from seeing what a powerful weapon the hero was? When Kurogiri and Compress finally joined them, Izuku had entirely gone down the rabbit hole, and Tomura, who had dealt with this before with Sensei, just motioned for Kurogiri to pass him one of the bags he was holding. Digging through the items, it didn't take long for Tomura to find what he was looking for, and timing it just right as he shoved one of the jumbo marshmallows right into the hero's mouth. The only way to stop the mumble monster was to plug the hole, or at least that's what Tomura had found would always work with Sensei. Izuku made a surprised noise before he hummed happily, chewing on the treat, eyes widening as his face gradually started turning red. Looking at Spinner, he smiled apologetically, swallowing the treat. Basically, Stain was really powerful, and I understand a little about where he was coming from. I disagree how he did things, but... Izuku said, fists clenching as his eyes flickered at Dabi before returning to the fire. Some heroes use their position to do bad things. The league was silent for a moment, wondering which hero had gotten on the students' bad side. Wanting to break the tension, Compress cleared his throat and held up a bag filled with drinks. Well, now since everyone's gathered, let's get this party started, as the kids say. Himiko laughed, calling the magician an old man, as she greedily reached into the closest bag and grabbing the first chocolate bar she could find. Izuku, feeling guilty about what he had said, tapped Spinner on the shoulder and whispered something in his ears. The Gecko Quirk user flushed a dark green, looking at the hero. Really? The hero nodded, smiling as he passed Spinner something for him to put his marshmallow on. Soon everyone was seated and chatting about random topics and having a great time. Well, everyone but Tomura, who cursed as his marshmallow fell into the flames. Again. Acting on instinct, Izuku placed the finishing touches on his own s'more and held it out to the decay user, who stared at him for a moment before taking it. Aww, Himiko cooed. It's like Izu-chan is Tomu's big brother. Aren't big brothers supposed to be older? Twice asked. Who cares? Pass me another beer. Sorry about that. Izuku spoke, looking up at the older male. One of my classmates says I have big brother vibes. It's probably because I'm an only child. Tomura munched on the s'more, savoring how warm it was. I bet your parents must have been so proud about you getting into UA. Compress hummed, the last bit of his own treat disappearing behind his mask. I couldn't have done it, Himiko said, making a sour face. I hate studying, and I heard the tests are super hard. They aren't that bad, actually, Izuku replied. It was the practical that I had the most trouble with. But yeah, my mom was really proud of me when I got in. Dabi paused as he was just about to bite into a chip. What about your dad?
Oh, Izuku smiled nervously, scratching the back of his head. He left us when I was little. I've actually never met him before.
Tomura rolled his eyes. What sort of idiot left their son? Maybe if Tomura asks and say nicely when they broke him out of jail, All for One would consider keeping the hero and his mother. Izuku had commented that his mother was a great cook and would probably get along well with Kurogiri, and Tomura shook his head. What was he thinking? He and the hero were enemies. Looking up to say something to the hero, all Tomura saw was the blurry forms of Twice and Himiko jumping over the fire and tackling them to the ground. The pair was sobbing loudly and laughing, saying that Izuku and his mother were better off without the bastard who left them. Somewhere deep in Tartarus, All for One grit his teeth as his son's teammates called him all sorts of names. Himiko, Twice. Kurogiri's deep voice came. Kindly remove yourselves from Tomura, Shigaraki, and Izuku Midoriya. But Kiri! Himiko whined, her teeth sinking slightly into Izuku's shoulder. Not quite hard enough to draw blood, but enough that Izuku squeaked of surprise. Biting was how Himiko showed affection. Numerous League members had been on the receiving end of her fangs when they felt sad. Come on. Two scarred hands reached down, grabbing the pair by the back of their shirts and bodysuits, lifting them away. Back to your seats, and don't jump over the fire again. Either of you light yourself up, and I'll have Kurogiri warp you into the lake. Tomura stared at the stars in the sky with the pair gone now, and he felt something foreign bubble up inside him. A moment later, he was laughing. It wasn't his usual manic laughter that the League had gotten used to, but a real, honest laugh. It took a second, but Izuku joined in, followed by everyone else. The pair soon returned to their seats, and everyone spent the rest of their night having a good time. And if at some point Tomura rested his head on Izuku's shoulder and fell asleep, well, nobody who wasn't already here needed to know. I adore this. Chapter 11. Kurogiri observed Tomura Shigaraki as he slept peacefully on the hero's shoulder. Time had gotten away from the League, and before they realized it, it had become very late. Or early, depending on who you ask. Compress had already started herding the sleepy trio inside. Dabi started cleaning up the garbage, leaving Kurogiri with the most challenging task, waking Tomura Shigaraki up. It would surprise people given his normal haggard appearance and cranky attitude, but the leader of their gang of misfits and runaways wasn't actually hard to awaken. The young man was actually relatively easy to rouse, unlike Himiko, who would curl up under blankets and hiss like an angry feline if you disturbed her. No, the problem was that the Decay user rarely slept, and when Tomura Shigaraki did allow himself that time, Kurogiri did his best to ensure that he got at least 8 hours. The hero, as if reading Kurogiri's mind, smiled. I could carry him if you like. Dabi snorted and gave Izuku a dry look, pausing at his task. With your noodle arms, I doubt you'll make it more than 10 feet. Dabi is correct. Kurogiri spoke. Carrying Tomura Shigaraki from this distance might prove too difficult for you. I will open a warp gate and transport you both to his room. Izuku wanted to argue, but Shigaraki reaching up and grabbing his shirt made him pause. It was strange how peaceful the villain looked in his sleep compared to the rest of the time Shigaraki looked. Dare Izuku think it almost childlike?
Nodding and wrapping his arms around the villain's shoulders, Izuku felt the now familiar feeling of the ground sinking in beneath him. A moment later, he hit the soft mattress of the bed Shigaraki had been using beneath him. Sitting for a few minutes to make sure the villain didn't wake up unexpectedly, Izuku slowly went to work untangling Shigaraki's fingers from his shirt, wondering why the fabric hadn't started decaying. Izuku noticed the new band-aids on Shigaraki's fingertips. He would have to remember to suggest this to Uraraka. The gravity user was always complaining about waking up on the ceiling. Once Izuku was free from the death grip, he carefully removed the older man's shoes and jackets before grabbing the blankets and covering Shigaraki up. Turning around to leave before Izuku felt something grab his wrist. Turning back, he saw Shigaraki looking up at him, clearly still half asleep. Don't go, Sensei. Feeling his heart clench, Izuku turned around and put his hand on Shigaraki's head. This was the same thing his mother used to do with him when he was small and had trouble sleeping. It's okay, Tomura, the hero whispered. You're safe. Just go back to sleep, okay? This seemed to comfort the villain, and his grip loosened before letting go as he fell back to sleep. Standing there for a moment, Izuku left the room as quietly as possible, finding Kurogiri in the kitchen, putting away the few remaining bits of food. He's asleep, Izuku told the warp gate user softly, not wanting to risk waking everyone up. Let me help you with that. No, thank you, Izuku Midoriya, Kurogiri said, pointing towards the opposite door. While I appreciate the offer, you should go to bed. It is late, and your teachers would be remiss with me if I kept you up and much longer. For some reason, the bartender reminded Izuku of Aizawa-sensei. Knowing better than to argue, he nodded and bidding the man good night before walking to his room. Izuku had barely even closed the door when a hand reached out and covered his mouth, silencing his surprised screams. Hush! Dabi's voice came from behind him. Don't scream. I'm only here to talk. Nod if you understand. Izuku nodded, and the cremation user let him go. Placing his hand over his heart, Izuku took a few deep breaths and tried to calm down, glaring at the villain. Why would you do that? Dabi shrugged. We need to talk. And it couldn't have waited till morning? Izuku asked, feeling like a few years had been scared off of his life. This was All Might felt whenever someone mentioned Gran Torino? No, Dabi crossed his arms. You know. Eyes quickly looking away, Izuku shook his head. I don't know what you're talking about. A hand reached out and forced him to look directly at Dabi, turquoise eyes reminding Izuku so much of Endeavor and Todoroki during the sports festival. Don't lie to me. Izuku stammered, only to one question coming to mind. Are you I was. The now confirmed eldest Todoroki nodded. Now I am Dabi, but the question is of who I am. Is what you do know. Izuku felt his stomach clench. I know Shoto told me. I know about the marriage, what Endeavor did to your mom and him, and Fuyumi and Natsuo, and me. Dabi said, mumbling the last part as they went to sit on the bed. Are you going to tell your little
all your little hero friends. Bet they would get such a laugh knowing the big bad flame villain is just some guy with daddy issues.
No, Izuku said, shaking his head. I wouldn't, I promise, not unless.
Does Sho know?
Dabi interrupted. Izuku thought about it for a moment. There were times when Izuku would find his friend scrolling through old message boards on his phone, or when he came to the dorms after visiting his mom or having dinner with his siblings. There was just this look that Shoto had on his face, like he was looking for something, or there was a question he had wanted to ask but didn't, or rather couldn't. I think he knows, Izuku answered truthfully, looking at Adabi. I think some part of him knows who you are, but he doesn't have any proof. I think he's also scared to say it out loud. Saying it means you didn't die, you left. Dabi snorted.
It wasn't my choice.
Maybe, Izuku said, looking at the purple scars. To make marks like that, something horrible must have happened. Knowing how his classmate received his own scar, Izuku couldn't help but wonder which parent may have been the reason. As horrible as it may sound, for Shoto's sake, Izuku hoped it had been Endeavor. But it is now. I won't tell you what to do. I doubt you'll listen to an outsider like me anyways. Dabi raised an eyebrow, surprised by the kid. He had thought, or sure, the hero would have tried to persuade him to give up on his quest to kill Endeavor and reunite with his family in some sappy display. But don't leave things like this, Izuku continued, leveling Dabi with an intense gaze. You deserve better than that. So do they.
You deserve better, hot stuff.
Keiko said the same thing when Dabi woke up after a nightmare. Getting up, Dabi walked towards the hero, pausing and standing next to him.
If he asks about me, just tell him I'm sorry.
Tell them yourself. Dabi gave the hero a side-eyed glance and left the room, leaving Izuku to crumble to the floor and start crying. In this short time with the League of Villains, Izuku quickly found himself becoming fond of everyone. Part of him wanted to do nothing more right now than to drag the entire league back to UA with him. To save them because nobody else seemed to want to, not even themselves. The other part wept because he knew deep down that they wouldn't let him. Chapter 12. Kurogiri softly crept into the hero's room. It was just before the sun was set to rise and everyone was still blissfully asleep and unaware of his plan. Now was the perfect time to strike. Reaching out, the warp gate user started the task of waking the sleeping child up. The boy groaned after a few moments and turned over, his eyes red for some reason, almost like he had been crying. Izuku mumbled, sitting up, trying to rub the sleep away. What's wrong?
Put this on,
Kurogiri ordered, holding out the hero's costume.
It is time we depart.
Depart? Izuku repeated, looking confused. After a few moments, his eyes widened and he realized what Kurogiri meant. But what about saying goodbye to everyone?
I fear that should you attempt to bid your farewells, Tomura Shigaraki and the others would never allow you to leave.
Kurogiri spoke honestly, turning around to give the hero some privacy as he changed.
And unless you are willing to renounce heroics and join us, this is the only way.
I see.
Izuku said, looking at his costume sadly. Give me a few minutes to make sure I grabbed everything. Kurogiri nodded. He was not that he was trying to be cruel. It's just that he understood that if the League didn't take the child home soon, things would become much more complicated than they already were. I shall wait for you at the back of the house. Izuku got up and slowly started getting dressed, making sure to double-check his belt and pockets. Unsurprisingly, everything was there except for the protein bars, medical supplies and small sewing kit he kept stashed away for emergencies. Izuku chuckled and shook his head, just glad that his probation license was still here where he left it, and the warning Aizawa-sensei had given the class about what would happen if any of them would lose is still sending a shiver down his spine. When he came across the small notebook, Izuku gripped it tightly, getting an idea. Opening it, he started writing out a message to each member of the League. On his way to the back door, Izuku made sure to stop at the cupboard where all the glasses were stored. Reaching inside, he took out and slipped each note inside each of the mugs that the League had come to claim before placing them on the table with one last piece of paper addressed to the whole group. Izuku never heard or noticed the door on the ground floor open and a pair of red eyes watching him sadly move around. Nor did he see the multiple pairs of eyes watching him from the top floor step through Kurogiri's warp gate. The moment the gate was shut, it was like a spell nobody realized had been cast broke, and a familiar dark cloud came rushing back, descending over the cabin and everyone inside. Izuku stepped through the portal, now a willing passenger, finding himself in the park across the street from UA. It felt like it had been so long since he had seen the building. He couldn't help but stand there and stare at it in awe like he had back during the entrance exam. Izuku Midoriya. Kurogiri's voice came snapping Izuku from his daze. I have fulfilled my promise and returned you to your school. Before I leave, I wish to ask you something. All right. You saved Tomura Shigaraki from his father. The warp gate user spoke, the mist surrounding his head extending, slithering outwards. Till yellow eyes were just inches from Izuku. I want to know why. You protected him and not that man. Should a hero not protect a civilian over a villain? Izuku stood there surprised for a moment before his posture relaxed and his eyes became hard. He needed help, Izuku answered, looking at Kurogiri, staring him down. Something, or rather someone, stirred deep inside the bartender. Dark eyes that once belonged to a new transfer student holding the same determination. Overlapping green ones. I won't lie. There is still a small part of me that is still afraid of you and Shigaraki, and I wouldn't be all surprised if some part of him still is mad at me for messing up his plans. Kurogiri's eyes widened at the confession. At the USJ, you hurt Aizawa-sensei in 13. Tried to kill my friends, almost murdered All Might. Izuku continued. He remembered the feeling of dread when Shigaraki's hand reached out towards him, through the warp gate, ready to kill. Sometimes I can't help but feel that the universe enjoys pitting us against each other. And I'm scared that because the stakes just keep getting raised higher and higher for everyone each time we do meet, but Mr. Compress making Izuku tea, Spinner showing off his sword moves, Himiko and Twice telling him funny jokes and stories, Dabi helping him cook, Kurogiri handing him the phone. Tomura reaching out to him in his sleep, not wanting to be left alone. But at that second, he wasn't Tomura Shigaraki I had known. The hero to be continued, the light of a new day rising and bouncing off the building behind him, making Izuku appear larger than life for a moment. He was someone that needed my help. Kurogiri pulled his elongated neck back to its original position. Someone needs help. No matter who they are or what they have done comes along needing it. And you will help them? Izuku nodded. That's the type of hero No, I will be. I see. Kurogiri nodded and... You are a credit to your mother and teachers. Please pass along my gratitude to them. And perhaps give Sushi a cuddle for me. All right. Izuku nodded, a curious look on his face, wondering who Sushi could possibly be. But you have to do something for me first. What could the hero want? Izuku moved forward and wrapped his arms around Kurogiri, hugging the villain. You have to let me hug you and say thank you for bringing me home. Glancing up, Izuku could have sworn that just for a split second he could make out the outline of a face from inside Kurogiri's mist. Midoriya! Pulling back, Izuku turned around and saw Aizawa-sensei running towards them at top speed. Sure, a new voice whispered. Turning around to see who that was, Izuku felt something being shoved into his hands before Kurogiri disappeared into a warp gate. Damn it! Aizawa swore, watching the villain escape. Turning to his student and grabbing his shoulders tightly, Aizawa began checking him over for any visible injuries. Are you all right? He didn't hurt you, did he? Izuku shook his head, fist clenching around the envelope that he had been given. I'm all right. Good. Aizawa exhaled, all the tension leaving his body, pulling Izuku into a hug. I am so mad at you right now, problem child. Seriously, you must have a second quirk that attracts troubles. I'm going to be completely grey before you graduate. Sorry, sir. Don't apologize to me. Aizawa sighed, pulling back and delivering a flick to Izuku's forehead. Just don't do it again. Understood? Izuku nodded. Yes, sir. Good. The underground hero said, starting to walk back towards the school. Now come on. You can see your classmates before I drag you off to see that old lady. Izuku nodded, not looking forward to the visit with Recovery Girl and explaining why he was injured. Again! And Midoriya, Aizawa said, stopping to glance back at his students. Welcome home. Izuku chuckled and ran to catch up. I'm home, Sensei.
Chapter 13. Izuku was mobbed by his classmates the second that he entered the dorms, and someone noticed him. It took the combined effort of everyone to pull some of the affectionate students off of Izuku, but no matter how much everyone tried, Kaminari was the only one who wouldn't let go. The blonde kept a firm grip on Izuku, apologizing repeatedly, afraid this was some sort of dream and Izuku would disappear the moment he released him. No! Eri's voice cried out, giving before she joined Kaminari in holding onto Izuku for dear life. Great! Bakugo grumbled, watching the scene closely. Another one! Oh, don't act like you weren't worried about Midoriya, Bakubro. Kishima grinned, slinging one arm over his explosive classmate. You were patrolling pretty hard looking for him. Izuku looked at Bakugo with surprise before smiling brightly. Really, Kachan? Shut up, shitty hair! Bakugo exploded, pointing at Izuku. I wasn't worried about this shitty nerd! I just wanted to another shot at those kidnapping bastards! Aww, Izuku said, feeling Todoroki come to sit down next to him, a familiar warmth resting against his back as the half-hot, half-cold user leaned against him. You know, I wasn't kidnapped. I fell down a hole and couldn't get home, technically. Eric looked up at Izuku with wide eyes. Like Alice? Right. Izuku smiled, patting Kaminari's head. Which means it's only my own fault for falling, not anyone else's. The girls gave a collective awe at this, except for Jiro, who nudged the blonde back with her knee lightly. Hear that, Chammingway? You can stop sulking now. Okay, Kaminari replied, giving one last sniffle before sitting up, letting go. The electric user gave Izuku with a small smile as he patted Eri's head. You know, Midoriya, well, while you were gone, Eri became my own personal hero. Really? Izuku said, looking down at the girl who smiled up at him brightly. That's right. Todoroki nodded. Eri buried him in her stuffed animals to make him feel better. Dude! It was so cute! Mina gushed, hugging Kaminari from behind. We came back one night and they were buried underneath a mountain of them, watching a pre-Quark movie about robots going into space. Good job, Eri, Izuku praised, giving the girl a huge hug. Hitoshi helped, Eri said, looking a little nervous when Izuku pulled back from all the attention and praise. He read us stories. All right, time's up, Aizawa said softly, stepping in. Recovery girl just called me. If I don't have you in her office in the next 10 minutes, she's going to come find us. Your mother is on her way with All Might and are going to meet us there. Oh, okay. Izuku nodded, standing up, noticing Eri holding onto his neck. Carefully avoiding his injured shoulder, Izuku adjusted Eri so that she was more comfortable, before turning to look at his classmates. If Recovery Girl gives me the all clear, I'll make dinner tonight for everyone. Deku, no! Uraraka said, shaking her head. You just got back! Ida made chopping motions with his hands. I must concur with Uraraka. You have just returned. Surely you need to rest. Izuku looked like he wanted to say something but was cut off by Aizawa dragging him away. Inko watched as Recovery Girl looked over the stitching on Izuku's shoulder. Her baby had been stabbed by someone. At first she had panicked and worried it had been one of the villains who took him, but Toshinori insisted it wasn't. That person better hopes that Inko never finds them or she would make them pay. There was a lot of stuff in the human body her quirk could affect. Mrs. Midoriya? Eri asked, tugging on the woman's sleeve. Is Deku going to be all right? Looking down and at the girl, Inko smiled. I'm sure he's gonna be okay. Oh, he'll be fine, Eri. Recovery Girl spoke as she started wrapping the shoulder up, ordering the former #1 hero to go get her a sling. Whoever looked after Izuku here did a good job fixing up his wounds. Reminds me of the practice stitches I used to see medical students do. You really have no... Izuku shook his head, slipping one arm through his sleeve. I was unconscious when they did it. Speaking of that wound, Midoriya, how did you get it? The detective, who had been waiting patiently with a grumpy-looking man about Recovery Girl's age, asked. Izuku looked at Eri. He didn't want her to hear about what happened. Eri still had nights about Overhaul, and Izuku didn't want to give her any more. Someone attacked Shigaraki, Izuku explained, trying to be as vague as possible. All Might and Gran Torino didn't need to know that it was Nana's own son that had done this to him. What would they think if they knew the resentment Kotaro held towards humans? I pushed him out of the way. Do you know the person who did it? Izuku thought about it for a moment and nodded. Who was it? Gran Torino grunted, his arms crossed, wanting to have his own chat with the person. Toshinori squirmed in his seat, looking uncomfortable. He knew precisely who had done it, but just hadn't gotten the chance to talk to Gran Torino. The blonde had never even had the chance to meet Kotaro before Nana made him swear to never try and find her son. The same could not be said for the Chet hero, who was the boy's godfather. It was... Izuku began, face going blank. It was just a ghost. An angry ghost. Recovery Girl and Tsukauchi looked like they wanted to say something. Still, a simple shake of the head from Toshinori stopped them. Inko sat there and nodded with understanding. Izuku would tell her when he was ready. The rest of the interview went smoothly, since Izuku didn't actually know where he had been. All Tsukauchi had to go on was the cabin and lake he had seen in the distance. The league could be anywhere in Japan, and that was assuming that All for One's vacation home was actually in the country. While Hound Dog escorted the Midoriyas and Eri back to the dorm, Toshinori stayed behind with the others. You know who was there, Tsukauchi said, his eyes boring into Toshinori. Midoriya's ghost. Toshinori nodded. Remember the files on the group the League was fighting? Of course, Tsukauchi nodded. I gave them to you before you went to Tartarus. What does that have to do with who stabbed Midoriya? Necromancer's name wasn't just for show. The detective's eyes widened as he realized just where Toshinori was going. What? Gran Torino looked between the two. What was their quirk? Necromancer with enough material. Toshinori spat the word viciously. Could raise the dead for a short time. A sad and thoughtful look rose to Recovery Girl's face. Shigaraki supposedly wears the hands of his father. Gran Torino didn't say anything for a moment before finally cluing in on the ghost's identity. He stood up and walked out of the infirmary, slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Toshinori didn't even stop to say goodbye before he followed the man out. Recovery Girl sighed and leaned back in her chair. That boy is a lot like Toshinori at that age. Tsukauchi nodded, noticing the letter Midoriya had left behind. Sliding the envelope over, he opened it up, eyes widening as he read the paper. Gran Torino punched a wall, wanting nothing more than for it to be some random punk's face right now. Kotaro! Toshinori's bread had been stabbed by Kotaro. Kotaro, who had called him Uncle Sora. Kotaro, who he would sneak taiyaki to when Nana wasn't looking. Kotaro, who told Gran that he wanted to help him and Nana when he was older. Kotaro, who had looked down at him so coldly. God damn it! Gran Torino? Toshinori's voice came
freezing the jet hero. Gran stood there, facing the wall, because he knew he couldn't turn around and face Toshinori at this second.
I saw him once, you know,
Gran said.
It wasn't long after I retired. I had gone to visit an old friend and saw him walking down the street.
No matter how many years went by, there was no way Sorahiko could ever forget Kotaro's face.
There was this girl with him, pretty thing with red hair,
he continued.
I didn't know what to do, so I walked away and accidentally dropped my wallet. I guess the girl saw, because next thing I know, she's in front of me handing it back.
The girl had a soft voice when she smiled and handed the wallet back over. Perhaps she had been Shigaraki's mother?
He didn't say anything, but I'm sure he recognized me. I froze. I just couldn't say anything, but Kotaro, I mean.
Gran felt a deep feeling of sadness welling up from deep within him.
He hated me.
He said that Kotaro grew into a bitter, angry man. Toshinori spoke, recalling his conversation with All for One. He also made some accusations against Nana's husband.
What?
Gran exclaimed, whipping around. He says he had a gambling problem, that Nana's husband was selling information he stole from her to the highest bidder to cover his debts. Toshinori admitted, taking a deep breath, and that when he got in too deep, they killed him.
That's a lie!
Gran Torino spoke, shaking his head.
It has to be a lie. Sir, if it wasn't him, then...
Gran felt the world cave out from underneath him.
Then what was the point of everything?
Toshinori didn't say anything. He just stood there in the hall with Gran Torino, wondering about the maybes and what-ifs that could have been. Chapter 14. Eri liked Deku's mom. She was soft and warm, and she could make bunnies out of apples. While Deku slept on the couch in the common room, his mother asked Eri if she wanted to make cookies. Eri had nodded in excitement. Usually she wasn't allowed sweets. Shota said they could give her a tummy ache if she ate too many. Deku's mom had just laughed when Eri told her this and said she would just share them with everyone. As they worked, Deku's mom told Eri stories about when he was little and even showed her a few pictures. It was nice, Eri thought, wondering if this is what having a mom felt like. Mrs. Deku's mom, Eri said, holding the phone, looking at a picture of Deku in a strange outfit with yellow bunny ears. Inko paused in her task of placing the freshly baked cookies on a cooling tray. Yes, sweetie? That nice young man Sato had been kind enough to leave a note behind, letting her and Izuku know that they could use his baking equipment. It seemed like everyone had left something behind for Izuku, from teacups and a plate of cheese in the fridge to blankets and notebooks, and no doubt containing notes on what Izuku had missed in class. Inka smiled when she saw everything, happy to see that her son was so treasured by his classmates. Why is Deku dressed up like a bunny? Curious, Inko hummed and wiped her hands, coming over to see what Eri was looking at. The woman chuckled to herself when she saw Izuku in his favorite onesie. Oh, well, he's not actually a bunny. He's dressed up like All Might. But why? Eri asked, looking at Inko with impossibly large eyes. Well, Inko smiled, sitting down next to the girl. All Might was his favorite hero growing up. He loved him so much that sometimes I got a little jealous. Why? Because All Might would save people with a smile. Inko said, looking at the phone. Judging from his smile, this photo must have been taken not long before that fated trip to the hospital. Oh, Eri said, looking at the photo. Deku and Lemillions had both smiled when they saved her. Was All Might where they had learned it from? Mrs. Deku's mom? You can call me Inko, sweetie. Inko! Eri stammered shyly, testing out the name. Can you show me All Might? Inko's smile widened and she nodded, knowing exactly which video to pull up. A moment later, Eri's eyes sparkled as All Might appeared on the screen, laughing as he saved people. For a moment, Inko was transported back in time, watching Izuku again. Her heart clenched slightly, and she wished he had gotten the chance to be a big brother. Inko and Hisashi had talked about adopting before he had been called to America and disappeared. Growing up as an orphan herself, Inko knew just how bad the system could be. There were some things in Inko's past that Izuku didn't know about yet. If he knew the actual story about how she met Hisashi... Inko shook her head, missing Hisashi terribly as she sighed. One day Inko would tell her son everything, and she prayed he was with her when she did. But for now, they would finally have a chance to have some good old-fashioned mother-son time. Principal Netsu had offered to let Inko stay in the dormitory. A glint in his eye when he spoke. Inko had seen that look before on a few colleagues, Kachan and Mitsuki. It meant they were up to something. But she relented when Toshinori asked her. He was worried about the League could come after her if she went home. Inko doubted they would. The League had returned Izuku unharmed, for the most part, confusing the teachers. They wouldn't kidnap her when so many heroes were questioning their motives. Glancing back at Eri, Inko wondered if during her stay, the staff would let her look after Eri while everyone was in class. Wouldn't Izuku be surprised if he came back one day to find Eri wearing green bunny ears? Izuku woke up to the feel of something on his chest. Opening his eyes slightly, he was met with a pair of yellow ones. Reacting on instinct, he jumped back and fell right off the couch. Looking around, Izuku quickly realized that he wasn't in the cabin any longer, but instead in the dormitory common room, and that it wasn't Himiko who had somehow snuck into his room, but rather a Calico's cat. So I take it you're a dog person? Izuku said, looking up and noticing Shinso grinning down at him from the other side of the couch. Hi! Shinso just leaned down to pet the cat. The feline in turn gave Shinso a dry look before hopping off the couch and coming to sit in Izuku's lap, meowing, slightly demanding attention from the human. Wow! The brainwasher spoke, jumping over the couch. Haven't seen Sushi take to anyone so quickly. Sushi? Give Sushi a cuddle from me, would you? Picking the cat up, Izuku stared directly into its eyes. Huh, so you're Sushi. I wonder how he knew about you. The cat didn't answer directly, instead bopping Izuku's nose with its paw. One of the League knew about Sushi? Shinso asked with concern, sitting next to Izuku on the floor. Better hope Midnight doesn't find out. She'll probably get pissed if someone was watching her without asking first. This is Miss Midnight's cat? Izuku asked, looking down at the feline who had resettled in his lap. Shinso snorted and started petting the feline, earning him a dry look from Sushi. You wouldn't think so, Dad. with how often you find her napping with Aizawa-sensei. Izuku hummed and started petting the cat, earning an immediate sound of approval. You and Miss Midnight must be in open relationships, huh? Oh dear. A sultry voice purred, making Izuku freeze. You're the last person I would expect to know about that. Tell me, Midoriya, who taught you about such a thing? Turning around, the pair saw Midnight standing there, a grin on her face that made Izuku feel like the canary the cat had caught. Come on, Midnight, don't teach the little listener. Present Mike's voice came, saving Izuku. The radio host looked at Shinso and Sushi, one eyebrow raised. Didn't Joe send you to get Midoriya? How did Sushi get in here? I let her in, Shinso answered. She was just sitting at the front door. Mike turned and looked at Midnight. And just how did she get out this time? No idea, the R-rated hero replied dismissively, glancing down at the feline. She was sleeping when I left this morning. Sushi, Present Mike said, looking at the cat before sighing and shaking his head. I swear Sure taught you some of his moves. Izuku asked, moving to stand up, passing Sushi to Shinso. Sure wouldn't happen to be Aizawa-sensei, wouldn't it? That's right, little listener. Mike nodded. I gave him that nickname when we were in school together. Oh, Izuku said, fingers playing with his shirt. Then maybe you knew Kurogiri too? Maybe he went to the school here and... Wait. Midnight interrupted, waving her hands, bracelets jingling. Kurogiri is the warp gate user from the league. The one who looks like he needs a few good rounds with someone to pull that straight stick out of his... Yeah. Izuku nodded, his face turning red. He called Aizawa-sensei that before he disappeared. The two pros were silent for a moment, each wondering how the villain could possibly know such a personal nickname. Maybe it had something to do with what Netsus had sent them to Midoriya for. So don't worry about it, Present Mike said, planning to grab every yearbook from his and Shoto's time as students here. We'll figure something out when we catch him. Izuku nodded as Shinso handed the cat back to him. You don't want them captured, do you? Shinso asked, looking at Izuku. Something's changed, hasn't it? No, Izuku spoke, pausing, realizing that not even he was sure what he wanted. Yes, the League was dangerous. They were criminals who wanted to destroy society, but... I reached out! Shigaraki had yelled, fingers pointing towards his cigar. I needed help! You hit me! Are you gonna tell your little hero friends? Bet they would get such a laugh knowing that the big bad flame guy is just some guy with daddy issues. Hadn't society failed them first? Izuku felt someone sit next to him and pull him into a hug. It's hard when you start seeing the people behind the persona, isn't it? Midnight spoke softly. Working at night, the R-rated hero had a chance to see things differently than her daytime counterparts. Nemuri had watched people take the final step into villainy as a last resort, all because they had nowhere else to go. And now, Midoriya had seen it too. It was perhaps one of the hardest lessons you could ever learn as a hero, right next to when you had your first casualty on the job and learned that sometimes, no matter how hard you may try, you can't save everyone.
You start wanting to help them but can't because they won't let you. Izuku felt himself nod, tears starting to gather. I just don't want them to get hurt. That all depends on them, Midnight sighed, knowing that no matter which member of the League they went after, it wouldn't be an easy fight. We just have to do our best and be there for them when the time comes. Present Mike snorted. Yeah, and hope that they get a good lawyer. A lawyer? Izuku repeated. It took a few moments, but soon a light bulb was going off in his head. That's it! He exclaimed, jumping up and taking off running. The 3 remaining people all stared at the retreating form of Izuku. Was it something I said? The present Mike asked. The only answer they got was Sushi meowing as she settled herself in Midnight's lap. Inko had been outside reading when she heard someone calling for her. Mom! Mom! Putting her book down, Inko stood up. A moment later, the glass door slides open and Izuku was standing there, breathing heavily. Izuku! Inko said, getting up and walking over to her son. Honey, what's wrong? Hands gripped her shoulders firmly. Mom, I have a huge favor to ask you. Inko directed Izuku to one of the chairs, sitting down and listening very carefully as he started talking. Chapter 15. Trigger warnings for mentions of character death. Grab your tissues, please. Or if you have, grab your pet. Tomura stood a little away from the other members of the League, crimson eyes watching as Dabi put the final touches on the gravestone. Twice was sobbing loudly into Himiko's shoulder, apologizing over and over again. Himiko held his hand. Her bangs might have covered her eyes, but that still didn't hide her own tears as they fell. Compress had changed his usual orange coat for a black one, his expression hidden behind a weeping mask. Spinner stood silently next to Kurogiri, just as stone-faced as the bartender, each wearing a black band around their arms. Dabi lit the tip of his finger on fire and placed them on the wicks of the 2 candles and placed respectfully in front of the S and N of Magni's weapon. With that one final touch, he moved back, standing further away from the others than Tomura was. With Mid, the hero, gone, Tomura had thought long and hard about what to do next. The first thing he decided was that this place needed to stay secret. Not because it was Sensei's, but because it belonged to the League now. Tomura knew they couldn't stay here much longer. The risk of getting found was too high. If their hero remembered any distinguishing landmarks and let them slip accidentally, they would be screwed. Tomura trusted Midoriya not to rat them out, but police and heroes could be tricky when they wanted information. Not to mention who knows what sort of quirks the HPSC had under their command. No, for everyone's safety, it would be better if they left. However, that wasn't to say that if things went wrong and the League had to disappear quickly, the cabin wouldn't make a great place to hide out in. And it would also serve another purpose. It would be where the League buried their dead. Something far away from the prying eyes of the public. A place just for them to mourn and remember those that they had lost along the way. That's why earlier this morning, Tomura had
quietly asked Dabi and Kurogiri to go find something Magne would have liked to use as a grave marker. The cremation user had done as he was asked for once and followed Kurogiri down to the lake, finding a large reddish-pink rock and warping it back. Tomura began, taking a step and placing his palm on the large rock. I don't want to see anyone else here. I think I want to be a better leader for you so that Magne doesn't get any company for a long time. Everyone stared at the decay user, shocked by his words. A few minutes went by before Spinner walked the rock, placing his own hand on it. I want to follow Stain's example, but Midoriya make me think. I want to make sure that the heroes I target actually deserve it. One by one, each member of the league came forward and placed their hands on the stone. I want to be strong enough to protect you guys next time. I'm sorry, big sis. I want to pull the ultimate trick. I want to be free to love. Kurogiri's misty hand rested on the stone, looking at Tomura. This time, I want to keep you safe. Everyone turned and looked at Dabi, who stared back at them with narrowed eyes. I'm not like you guys. I'm not nice. I want to kill somebody. Dabi walked over to the grave and put his hand on it. I want to kill them so much that I can't think of doing anything else. We'll help you. Tomura nodded, placing a hand on Dabi's shoulder. It was clear from the way Dabi acted that the cremation user had no intention of surviving when he fought this person. Tomura also had a pretty good idea who that person was, but Dabi's motives were still shrouded. Tomura would let him do as he pleased for now, but if things got too out of hand... No, none of us are alone now. It was true. The members of the League weren't those same lonely people drifting along in the world anymore. They had each other and one other thing that the heroes hadn't counted on. A piece of paper lay folded just inside Tomura's jacket, resting over his heart. If you ever need me for anything, and I mean anything, just call me. I will be there as soon as I can be. I promise. Izuku Midoriya. Chapter 16. Izuku gave one last stretch as he prepared to grab the last of his equipment and go out on patrol. Things had been lately. Crime and villains were still around, but Shigaraki was nowhere to be seen. In fact, the League of Villains had done a sudden 180 and not long after Izuku had been returned to UA. Rather than committing crimes and trying to destroy society, the group turned their attention to other criminal and villains. Videos of them fighting against traffickers, drug dealers, and even purse snatchers had steadily started rising on the internet. Izuku making sure to save a copy of each video before it was taken down. His current favorite was Shigaraki decaying the chains of a woman who had been the victim of a kidnapping and ransom. Kachan had exploded at that one, his own kidnapping leading to a lot of destruction during their next combat exercise. And it wasn't just villains and criminals the League was working against. With their skills, the number of corrupt heroes was slowly starting to come to light. A top 30 hero had been exposed of being heavily involved in a series of attacks against mutant types by the Creature Rejection Clan. The commission had weirdly tried covering up the hero's involvement, but the evidence was too great to ignore. Numerous videos from dozens of accounts had been posted on the internet and leaked to the press, clearly showing the hero accepting money for information on some of the victims. Other pro-heroes like Gang Orca, Miyuko, and Ryukyu had gotten especially involved in the case. Their involvement with a few underground heroes that Aizawa-sensei had vouched for led to evidence of 4 more heroes being involved. Miyuko had personally gone to arrest every hero involved. There were photos of the discredited heroes' faces after each time that made them look like their souls had been scooped out of their bodies. Ashido had cackled loudly at one woman's photo, blowing it up and placing it on a dartboard. People really began to take real notice of the League after that. No longer were they a group of just causing destruction with no clear goals or motives. Now they were being recognized as an up-and-incoming force that both sides of society should watch out for. Though nobody could understand what they wanted, many dropping the word villain from the League's names now when talking about them. Some of Izuku's classmates weren't sure what to do about this change. With 1A's long-standing rivalry with the League of Villains, some wondered when their attention would turn back towards the students. It had led to more than one debate amongst the students. A few, like Shinzo, had even mentioned that this change had happened after Izuku's stay with the villains. Some of the braver students, Kachan, had wanted to know what exactly had happened. Ida thankfully always stepped in to remind everyone that although what the League was doing seemed noble, it was also highly illegal. Though that wasn't to say that Izuku told them nothing. Todoroki had seemed very interested to know that Dabi had liked his mother's soba recipe so much, and Aizawa-sensei had been glad for the heads up on Twice and his mask. Izuku hadn't gone into much detail with that one, just enough that the underground hero knew that destroying or removing it would be a bad idea. Wherever the League was at the moment, Izuku just hoped that everyone was safe. The hero in training had so much to tell them. Next weekend, Izuku planned on going home for the night to have a celebration with his mom. Thanks to Midnight and Flood King's help, the Midoriyas had made a massive breakthrough for one of their members. Izuku just hoped that person wouldn't get mad when he told them.
"A message is here! A message is here!"
Pulling out his phone, Izuku expected there to be a notification about someone needing backup. Instead, he saw an unknown number along with an equally strange message.
"Promise not to be mad. It wasn't us."
Izuku arched an eyebrow and texted back.
"Why? What wasn't you? Who is this?"
The 3 dots blinked for a moment before Izuku felt his heart skip a beat in his chest. There was his mother yelling at someone just off screen. In front of her was a patchwork hand held together with staples, making a V sign with their fingers.
"We didn't do it!"
Well, that was a cliffhanger if I ever saw one. Thank you very much if you listened all this way through, and I hope you enjoyed this super massive one-shot, well, multiple chapter one-shot. And I have to say thank you for FanGirl48. I know it's been quite some time since you've given me permission to read this, but I finally had a good reason why to make it into a video. I have gotten permission for the entire series that they made, and the next story of them would be
Inka Midoriya meets the League. Another 14-chapter finished fanfiction with close to 30,000 words. Maybe we'll make this a little multi-shot? Anyways, you cannot believe how lucky I was to finish this today, on the 4th of December. I think I started recording this on the... when was it? There. I started recording this on the 27th of November, but in between, believe me, it's as if the AO3 curse would transfer to people who read the fanfictions for PodFic. I don't know how, but my knee is just ruined again. I'm off to the hospital next week once again. So I cannot promise any consistent updates once again, and I'm really sorry. I will try and record as much as possible beforehand. Anyways, thank you again so much for the now almost... let me check that. How many people? 700! Yes, I'm 200 subscribers late, but thank you so much, my guys, gals, and non-binary pals. This is amazing. When I started this, I never thought I would get past 500, but it's great, and I still love doing it. Thank you so much. And I hope, please, before we go, take care of yourself. Go and grab something to drink. It doesn't need to be overly healthy. Just get something to drink. You need the liquid. And if you haven't eaten anything in at least 4 hours, please grab at least a snack. And if you're tired and it's time for bed, take some Z's. Let hypnosis let you drift into the night. Have some nice, what is it called? Dreams. And take care of yourselves. Love you all platonically, my lovelies, and see you next time.